Blog Talk Radio.
How do we know this is Babylon? Psalms 137. I'm going to read it. This place was known for the slaves, slave ships, boats. The children of Israel were singing songs and being whipped and beaten in this particular land. So, let me read. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept, when we remembered Zion. Yeah. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. Willows are willow trees. Where do willow trees grow? Here in America, in the South. They didn't even grow in ancient Babylon. The willow tree's name in the Latin is the Babylonians. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. So when we were whipped and beat, we used to go under the willow trees and cry during slavery. The third verse. For there they that carried us away, captive, required of us a song. So this is talking about by the rivers of Babylon now. They required of us a song. That's where you get your Negro spirituals at. Okay? When the captives were enslaved during the time of slavery, they wasn't singing about Africa. The slaves were singing about Zion. Over the river Jordan, let my people go. These people knew that they were the children of Israel. For there they that carried us away captive required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. That's Negro spirituals. 4. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? What strange land? By the rivers of Babylon. Yeah, they named it America, but the Most High called this land an extension of Babylon. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? It reads in the 4th verse. If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. So David said, listen, he would rather not even know anything to forget the ease of Israel. He told the Most High, please never let me forget that we're Israel, that I'm from Zion. And our people don't even care. The 7th verse. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. Edom is a pure blood Caucasian who was behind bringing us here to Babylon to serve. You will never find the word America in the Bible, but you know America is written because it's the most evil and wicked empire in all existence. So you mean to tell me the Most High wrote about Egypt, Babylon, Sodom and Gomorrah, and all the evils placed in the earth, but forgot America? America is Babylon the Great. Therefore shall her plagues come in one day, death and mourning and famine, and she shall utterly be burned with fire. For strong is the Lord God who judgeth her. The Most High has put his spirit on these other countries to take her out through war. And all the other nations know it. The government know it. The bank systems, they realize that they know prophecy. So what they're doing, they're mobilizing to move their money into the other countries over in Europe and Africa and all these other places you see Barack Obama going. He's been to Ghana twice already, knowing that this place is about to go. The 9th verse. And the kings of the earth who have committed fornication and lived deliciously with her shall bewail her and lament her when they shall see the smoke of her burning. So while they're teaching you prosperity, that everything is going to be all right, that you're going to be floated up into a cloud, which is nowhere in the scriptures before Christ come back. While they teaching you all this madness in these philosophical schools they call churches, the Most High's prophecies are coming to pass. They're coming to pass before our eyes. You can see it, and you know it's going to happen. But Satan have what you would call a spell on the people through religion. So the Most High have awakened his elect in the last days to warn the people. Zechariah, the 2nd chapter in your Bible, the 5th verse. For I saith the Lord, will be unto her a wall of fire round about, and will be the glory in the midst of her. Ho, ho. Come forth and flee from the land of the north, saith the Lord. We didn't say this, the Lord said this. For I have spread you abroad as the four winds of the heaven, saith the Lord. Deliver thyself, O Zion, that dwellest with the daughter of Babylon. So is this ancient Babylon? No. This is the modern day daughter of ancient Babylon. And we're in the north. The Most High say we must flee her before the destruction comes. If we don't flee her, we'll get the plagues that are coming. In Revelation 18, where it says she shall be utterly burned with fire. The 8th verse. Okay? There's more, but if you want to know more, you can always go to our website.
Shabbat Shalom, Barakafam, Wathawada, peaceful Sabbath, bless you all, and thank you for tuning in to another live stream here, Friday Night Sabbath, coming out of Babylon for the Gathering of Christ Church, where we connect the dots of our reality and current events with the Word of God and Bible prophecy. I'm your host, Brother and Elder Ramar Karab. It is 7:19 p.m. Central Standard Time, September 8th, 2023. And I pray you brothers and sisters out there are doing well this evening, that you've had a blessed week. We are just coming off of the heels of the Feast of Trumpets. I hope your Feast of Trumpets was blessed. I'm looking in the chat here. I see a lot of people speaking about the mass baptism that the church had today in the DC area, the DMV area. And it looks like from what everyone is speaking about that it was a good turnout. I would like to have been there, but wasn't able to make it this time around. So, Most High willing, we'll be able to make it for the next time. So I hope everybody's had a beautiful time there, that your travels are safe and blessed, as well as beginning as we are going into the Sabbath. Some of you may be already in the Sabbath. I pray that that's blessed also. It's always a blessing to be here another week, to see another Sabbath, also to be here before you having this live stream for coming out of Babylon. So want to give first and foremost all praises and thanks to the Creator, Almighty, Most High God, whose name in the Hebrew is AHAYAH. His son, whom the world calls Jesus Christ, is YASHAYA, Hamashiach in the Hebrew. And then we have the Holy Spirit, which is the Ruach in the Hebrew. Some may say Ruach Kodash, right? The Holy Spirit, which makes up the Godhead, the Allahayim or the Elohim. All praises, glory, and thanks for being here. And we are getting and approaching upon the Day of Atonement, right? The Day of Atonement starts next week, Monday night, Monday evening sundown to Tuesday evening sundown is the Day of Atonement, the 10th day of the 7th month. All right, so preparing for our yearly fast that is commanded for us to fast, to reflect on our sins, any issues or problems that we have with others to get those things squared away before going into the atonement, so that we can come out fresh, renewed, with a clear conscience, not holding on to grudges or things of the past. And then after that, we will be at the end of the week, next week, Feast of Tabernacles, the Feast of Tabernacles, where we dwell in booths, right, or tents. So I know everyone is looking forward to that, whether you're able to do it with the local church, or church within your region. Maybe some of you may have to do it at home, in your yard or in your house or whatnot. But that is also approaching us as well. So, very, very busy month. And we may not be broadcasting here for a few weeks on Friday nights, just to, being out of pocket for that time. So hopefully you brothers and sisters can understand not being able to broadcast, being out and about, in the sticks and being out of pocket and all those type of things. And even if was in position to broadcast, may not even have internet connection, that's even something to be seen. But nonetheless, we are here now, and we have a lot to cover this evening. So let me go ahead and get tonight's title for you all before we go into some announcements real quick. Tonight's title is "For We Wrestle Not Against Flesh and Blood." For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. All right. So I'm pretty sure most of you all are familiar with that scripture, that particular part of the scripture. And so, we're going to go into the information tonight on what and why we are having the title that we have. Before we do, let everyone know we are streaming live through twitch.tv/GOCC Southwest. You can always catch us through a web browser. You can watch through a browser, through whatever device allows you to browse and have a web browser to view with, or you can always use the Twitch app, which you can download through the App Store in your device. You can search for GOCC Southwest on Twitch, and you can watch us here. And we've been able to find a nice little cozy home here on Twitch where we can actually come, we can talk. We don't have to worry about the verbal gymnastics and the copyright and all those things. We can come here and pretty much bring it out without having to worry about any type of issues. Unlike, some platforms, primarily YouTube, where some of these things we just cannot discuss. So it's why we're here. And we also are streaming live through Blog Talk Radio as well. If you would like to call in, you have a question, comment, something you would like to add, definitely give us a call, 515-605-9327, 515-605-9327. If you would like to speak, press 1. That puts you in the call queue. I will check the call lines periodically and bring in the calls as they come in, should they come. Make sure you're subscribed to our main YouTube channel, all right? Subscribing there lets you know. You'll get the notifications letting you know when we go live or any type of content that we bring forth. That way, should something happen outside of, you just thinking to show up here Friday and expecting there to be a broadcast, you will have a, first insight track on what's going on with this particular ministry. We also have GOCC Media on YouTube. Subscribe there as well. The GOCC Media, where we do some Friday night broadcasting as well for our GOCC Fit, discussing all things health, fitness, nutrition. Okay. And I believe that's it for Friday night. For the church, Gathering of Christ Church, make sure that you are subscribed to A Gathering 144, the main YouTube channel, GOCC NYC, the backup YouTube channel. Make sure that you are have favorited the church website, gatheringofchrist.org. Everything from the Hebrew calendar to the holy days to the GOCC network, the church library, the church blog, message boards, all those things where you can come in and keep up to date with all things in regards to the Gathering of Christ Church. We also have the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay, for those of you who would like to join or find out more, historytimes.org, historytimes.org for the Hebrew and Bible Academy. Okay. And all right, so I'm just checking the chat here, making sure everything is good. All right, things look good. All right, so let us go ahead into tonight's information. And boy, do we have a lot to cover as always. So let me see if we can get through this in a timely fashion. All right. Through the Spirit of Most High, tonight's title, once again, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. All right. So a lot to unpack there with the title and the imagery you see. And really what this is, it is a continuation for those that were able to catch the last coming out of Babylon, spiritual wickedness in high places. It's a continuation and an addition, adding on to what we discussed in our last coming out of Babylon. And not only that, but let me pull it up here one moment. For those of you who caught the Wednesday broadcast, the elders did. Luciferian weapons against mankind. All right. We are also, it's also going to be, a continuation of what the elders brought out and was speaking about. So it all is related and connected with what we're talking about in these end times, the spiritual wickedness in high places, as well as that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, all coming from the same scripture, Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. So let's go ahead and let's go through the scriptures first. And let's get some biblical understanding on laying the groundwork and foundation for tonight's content. All right. All right. 1 second. Let me pull it up here. There's so many scriptures here. I'm just trying to narrow down which ones we want to tackle. Of course, we're going to start with Ephesians 6 and 12. So I'm going to pull it up here on your screen so you all can see it. All right. You also be able to see that here. So we're reading Ephesians 6 and 12. And as it reads here, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. So let's take a look at the title, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. So what is this particular part of this scripture talking about here? So let's first look at this word wrestle. Right? What is that word there? That word there is Greek Strong's G3823. It says here to vibrate, wrestling. Okay, the Greek word there is pale. We go to the Thayer definition. It says here it says wrestling, a contest between two in which each endeavors to throw the other, in which is decided when the victor is able to hold his opponent down with his hand upon his neck. So Paul is speaking and comparing, similar to you're talking about like wrestling, what he's speaking about here. But he's saying we're not wrestling against flesh and blood, meaning we're not wrestling against what we actually physically can see, right? The carnal, flesh and blood. We know people are made up of flesh and blood. We know animals are made up in flesh and blood. So Paul is saying we are not wrestling against that. So what contest between two are wrestling here? And of course, when Paul keeps speaking through the scripture, he gives the understanding, but we also see it here in this Thayer definition. When we look at definition 1A, it says the term is transferred to the Christian struggle with the power of evil. So this wrestling that we're actually wrestling with, because we're not actually wrestling with people, we're wrestling with the power of evil. And when you continue to read the rest of the scripture here, Paul gives more insight against principalities, which we discussed are chief spirits, demons, okay, against powers. We talked about the prince of the power of the air, who is Satan, the god of this world, against the rulers of the darkness of this world. So what we're actually wrestling with is something that's in the darkness, something that's unseen, against spiritual wickedness in high places, something that's high, meaning something that you cannot see. All right. So just so that we understand, when you are dealing with scenarios, people, situations, you're not actually contending or wrestling with people. There are spiritual and dark forces at work. And maybe you may be in peace, right? You may be in peace and not understand that there are things that are happening that are being planned out against you, all in your innocence. This is also what Paul is speaking about. While we are doing our day-to-day life, going, coming, you go to work, go to the store, you maybe go to a place of entertainment, you come home, you have your house, doing stuff around the house with your family, whatever. Okay, while you're doing all that, understand that there are powers, there are principalities, there are rulers of the darkness of this world in spiritual wickedness and high places, operating, working, planning, plotting, scheming against you, against us. This is what Paul is saying. There are things happening. You have no idea what's going on behind the scenes, behind closed doors, behind the curtain, behind the veil. But because we're living in a time of information and the awakening, things are being exposed and brought out. right? So these are things Paul understood. He was given visions and seeing signs, having dreams, right? And things of these natures where he could write of prophecy, things that he foreseen that would happen that are happening in our time right now. Not just Paul, but other prophets, disciples, apostles, and whatnot also. So that's something we have to keep in mind as we're going about our day to day, is that, yeah, we may be thinking everything is fine and normal, and it may seem fine and normal, but understand that there are things operating in the unseen, in the invisible areas that we may not be aware of, that we should be cognitive and conscious of is operating, right? And I'm going to bring up something here. 1 second. We have recently had a broadcast we did on coming out of Babylon. A series of broadcasts where we've been talking a lot about space, the atmosphere, the stratosphere, what they would call space, but what the Bible calls the heavens. We've been talking about what they would call aliens or spacemen. We've been discussing the alien intelligence, okay, and getting the proper understanding on what all these things really are versus what we're being told they are, right? And so going into the book of Revelation now, speaking of these principalities, these chief spirits, these powers, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. When we go to Revelation chapter 18, and this is in many places in the Bible, but for time, I'm only able to hit a few spots. When you read Revelation 18, it's talking about the fall of Babylon. Verse 2 tells us, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the great is fallen, is fallen. So what was Babylon? Babylon was an ancient empire. An ancient empire. However, John the Revelator, who was actually the author of what we're reading here, he was living after the fall of ancient Babylon. So what he was foreseeing was a future place that would be in the similitude of ancient Babylon. And this current Babylon, this current empire and kingdom, as great as it is fallen, is coming to a fallen state. And what is he directly going to, which would lead us to understand the reason for the fall? It says here, and is become the habitation of devils. Okay. The habitation of devils and the hold of every foul spirit and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. So when we go into that word there in the Greek strong, devils, it says a demon or supernatural spirit of a bad nature. Greek Strong's G 1142. We also have the Thayer definition. A god, a goddess, a god or a goddess. We also have an inferior deity, whether good or bad. In the New Testament, an evil spirit. Okay, so this is what Paul was speaking about. And when we have gone into speaking about aliens here lately, these interdimensional beings that the world would make us believe are spacemen that are out in planets and solar systems that are out there, that are looking to come to this earth and cause harm to mankind. That's the narrative that we've been sold on these beings. But however, when we read scriptures, we get a total different insight and understanding of what they are and what's going on. They are fallen gods, goddesses, demigods. So we've gone into Genesis 6. We've broken down the sons of God who dealt with women. From these interactions, there were giants that were produced during the times of Enoch, Noah. The flood came, killed the giants. What proceeded out of the giants? Evil spirits, which now today are demons. So now this place, this kingdom, which now through history, through study, we have identified as the United States of America, North America, is current day modern Babylon. This place has now been a cage, has become a cage where all the evil demons, almost like birds. That's why it says a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. So what do birds do? Birds fly. Birds flock. So you have a flock of demons that have come to roost and make their habitation here in the United States. Doesn't mean that they don't exist in other parts of the world, but their main headquarters is Babylon. And as you can see here on your screen, you see a Illuminati card, Plague of Demons. And that's the U.S. Capitol building we have there, showing us this, a good representation of what we're reading in Scripture is that these demons have come down in a, when you look at as the weather changes and it starts to get cold and you see these birds flocking and they're covering the whole sky and they're moving in unison. And you look up and they're roosting all up in the trees, all up on the power lines. That's what John is seeing happening in America. Demons have invaded and taking over, complete takeover of this country through government. And this is what Paul was speaking about. The rulers of the darkness of this world, the rulers, those who rule this world, being ruled and guided by spirits, demons. So your government, your entertainment industry, whether you're talking about movies, music, sports, okay? And then now it's trickled down to the everyday John and Jane Doe who, through the demoralization of this society here in America, First Amendment, freedom of religion, you can worship whatever you want, right? So much freedom and liberty, which is what America was built upon, liberty to do whatever you want, which opens up the door for the demons. But there is other things that are allowing this demonic manifestation to increase to the height of what we're seeing here in Revelations chapter 18 on a astronomical level. There are other forces at work. And this is what Paul was trying to get us to pay attention to. The forces that are at work that are bringing this to pass. We're going to go into the book of the Apocalypse of Baruch real quick. Second Baruch, which is part of the pseudepigrapha works. And Baruch, who was given this work, which was a prophetic work, seeing the future. We go to chapter 26. It reads, "And I answered and said, will that tribulation which is to be continue a long time? And will that necessity embrace many years?" Chapter 27 reads, "And he answered and said unto me, into 12 parts is that time divided, and each one of them is reserved for that which is appointed for it." So these 12 parts are 12 signs. We're not going to go into all the signs of what would be happening in the end, because we're focusing on For we wrestle not with flesh and blood, but with what? Principalities, powers, rulers of the darkness of this world, spiritual wickedness in high places. So what was one of the things that Baruch saw as a sign that you would be able to identify that we are in the end? Well, John's seen it happening here in America. Revelation 18, habitation of devils. But what did Baruch see? When you go to verse 9, it says here, and in the 8th part, a multitude of portents and incursions of the Shadim. So first of all, what are portents? Because whatever portents are is a multitude. What is incursions and what is the Shadim? So let's go over here to the dictionary. We have the word portent.
Portent.
It says an indication or omen of something about to happen, especially something momentous. Something monumental or momentous. A omen, a sign. An omen is a sign. And typically when you talk about omens, you're talking about a bad omen. Of an indication, a sign, something about to happen. Okay, bad vibes, bad energy, which you cannot see energy. So a lot of what we're talking about, what Paul's speaking about, invisible, we're talking about the unseen. Okay, things that are in darkness. When you're talking about darkness, you can't see in the dark without light. So now we're given the light to be able to shine in the dark, to be able to see what's there in the dark that's unseen. It says here, threatening or disquieting significance. Okay, we see words here, harbinger, premonition, foreshadowing, hunch, prognostication, sign, vibes, warning. A sign or indication of a future event, especially a momentous or calamitous one. Calamity, tribulation. Momentous or ominous significance. So Baruch is seeing something, a multitude of significant events, bad signs, bad vibes, and incursions of the Shadim. Well, what is an incursion? Let's look at this word incursion here. What is an incursion? Dictionary here.
Incursion.
It says an invasion or attack, especially a sudden or brief one. An invasion or an attack. So what invasion or attack is Baruch seeing that's happening in a multitude? Now we've been told of an invasion that's coming that involves spacemen, aliens from other planets that are coming to invade and attack. That's what we've been being told. But is that the invasion that is the reality of what Baruch is speaking about? Well, now let's take a look at the word Shadim. We go to the Jewish encyclopedia here, since it is more so a term that's used in the Jewish academia. And we have under the Jewish encyclopedia, demonology. So when you search for Shadim in the Jewish encyclopedia, it redirects you to demonology, right? And of course, it's going into biblical and post-biblical data on demons. We come down here, demons in the Bible. The demons mentioned in the Bible are of two classes, the Seraim and the Shadim. So there are different factions of demons, right? And there's a lot here. It says the Israelites also offered sacrifices to the Shadim. What else do we have here? In Chaldean mythology, the 7 evil deities were known as Shadim, storm demons. Storm demons, represented in ox-like form. And because these ox colossi representing evil demons were by a peculiar law of contrast used also as protective genii of royal palaces and the like, the name Shed assumed also the meaning of propitious genius in Babylonian magic literature. So what we're seeing happening, well, what Baruch and John are describing is the same instant. A invasion of demons, a multitude, right? The portent, the bad omens, the bad vibe, the bad energy. When you're in a situation and something feels bad and you feel it before the bad thing happens, right? That energy is present. So while they're telling us to prepare for an alien invasion from space, we have been warned in the Bible that the invasion or the incursion in prophecy would happen, right, by demons who came about from the actual mingling of angels before the flood with women, produced giants, and from those giants, right, we had evil spirits that came forth when they died in the flood. And then those evil spirits now are alien or foreigners to this world and have to roam this earth looking for a body. They're looking for a body or a host. So that's the real alien invasion. So there's been an alien invasion for thousands of years, but now we're getting to the height of it because now the key to the bottomless pit, the angel's been given the key to open up the key to the bottomless pit. And with the alien intelligence, they are now able to tap in to open up these gates, these portals through time and space to allow traveling of these entities into our realm. So in some capacity, what they're saying is somewhat true as far as an invasion, right? But it's not happening the way that they're all the way telling us it's happening. It's not happening with little spacemen coming on in spaceships and coming down into the earth to alien abduct people. No, these are demons looking for bodies, looking for hosts to possess. And so Baruch is seeing this on a high level here in the Apocalypse of Baruch. Right? Multitude of portents and incursions of the Shadim. Spiritual warfare on a level where if you are not equipped to handle and understand the unseen, the invisible realm, the spiritual, the interdimensional, if you're not equipped to be able to understand that, then you stand no chance in fighting against it because you can't see it. Okay, the knowledge, the wisdom that we attain, okay, the discernment of the Holy Spirit now allows us the ability to see these things, these omens, these indicators, right? So wanted to go there. Now let's get, I believe, one more scripture here. There's a lot of scriptures I would like to go into, but for time, just have to cut it short. So we also have, if we go to Because how would now things be ramped up? Because the demons have been here for so long. All right. They didn't just arrive. They didn't just arrive and just invade. The invasion didn't just happen. Right. We talked about the Marvel TV series that came out, Secret Invasion. Right. There's been a secret invasion going on this whole time. And it's secret because people haven't recognized it. People don't know, aren't able to distinguish it because they don't have the spiritual discernment. Right. But what has now allowed this multitude, this habitation of every foul spirit and cage of every hateful bird now to accumulate itself in places like America where they're just roosting? All right. The chickens or the birds or the demons have come home to roost here in America. When you go to 2 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 11, and this is what has happened to mankind because mankind is unaware. They're not paying attention. They're asleep. 2 Corinthians 2:11 tells you, lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. So if we are ignorant of Satan's devices, what happens? He will get an advantage of us, right? So that's what has happened to this society. The society has been told the devil doesn't exist. He's not real. That demons aren't demons, so therefore demons don't exist. They're actually aliens or spacemen from other planets. Right? So when we fall into this psychology, we then become ignorant to the devices Satan has to think, well, these devices would never be used against us. That's evil. Who would do such a thing? But when you understand who the God of this world is, you cannot be ignorant of the devices he has and that he would use them against us. So let's look at this word devices here in the Strong's. Check this word out. This is Greek Strong's G3540, noema. It says a perception, right? Meaning what you perceive is what reality is, your perception. Okay, so what is your perception? If you don't have the accurate perception, see, now the devil can get advantage of you. It says here, that is purpose, or by implication, the intellect, right? Or the intelligence. Disposition, itself, device, mind, thought. Okay, so if we can't comprehend how evil the devil is and the things he would do in his thinking, we would never believe the things that we're going to go into tonight. There's no way that this stuff is real. Or if you would believe it's real, there's no way that this stuff would be used, would be used against us, whether it's the psychological things, whether it's the biological things, the technological things, the physical things. None of these things would be used against us because that's just evil. Right? So to know his devices is to understand your enemy. You must understand your adversary, who he is. Okay? Know your enemy. If you don't know your enemy, how can you fight against him? And that's why when you read Ephesians 6, we read the verse earlier, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood. In that same chapter, it gives us the armor of God to be able to stand against and fight against the invisible. In order to fight against the unseen and the invisible, we must have invisible or spiritual weaponry to fight against that. Okay? No physical weapon is going to fight against the devices of Satan. It's going to take spiritual weaponry. Okay, and that's what Paul's trying to get you to understand. Stop wrestling and fighting with things physically. Learn how to tap into the spiritual, righteousness, truth, peace, salvation, faith, the word of God. All these are our weapons in our armor our defense mechanism against the unseen. If you're not fighting with that, you're going to lose in this battle. You're going to lose in this war. The devil's going to get access and control of your mind, your perception, your intellect. Let's go to the Thayer here. Thayer tells us a mental perception, thought, an evil purpose, right? Because when you see these things, you'll be like, man, that's an evil agenda. That's an evil purpose, right? Well, you have to understand Satan. That which thinks, the mind, thoughts or purposes. So whenever we are gullible or naive to the devil, whether it's believing he doesn't exist or understanding the power he has as the God of this world, we become susceptible to his evil purposes, his evil devices, all the things that he would then use against us to destroy and take us down. And we would then not be doing what we need to do to prepare and be in spiritual position to contend or to wrestle against that which is unseen. See, we're spending so much time wrestling with flesh and blood, right? We think we're wrestling with actual physical things, people, and the physical, without understanding the invisible behind the physical that we're actually in contention against, right? So those scriptures hopefully now set the stage so that we can go into that we wrestle not against flesh and blood, right? We understand who the prince of the power of the air is. We understand the spiritual wickedness in high places, the rulers of darkness of this world that are operating against us. Okay, and where I want to pick up is, speaking of the devices, the technology, the things that are being waged against us that we may not even know exist, or if we know that they exist, may not think that they would be used against us. We have a video here. Why laser weapons are about to change everything. Let's check this video out here.
This video was possible thanks to my partner Raytheon. Laser weapons are about to change war forever, and I want to show you how. I think there are three main reasons the world is in this laser weapons arms race right now. First, to combat the immediate problem of the rise of small, inexpensive drone warfare. Second, to destroy incoming cruise and hypersonic missiles.
So the first thing we see here are drone warfare. Of course, drones fly. So you have something flying in the atmosphere, or maybe even the stratosphere, that you don't even know is there. It can see you, but you can't see it. Spiritual wickedness in high places. We have cameras, and of course, this is talking about laser weapons. So we're talking about these particular craft armed with lasers, laser weapons. What else?
Second, to destroy incoming cruise and hypersonic missiles.
Here we see rockets. We've been talking a lot about rockets a lot lately. Where is it going? Up into space.
And third, to blind.
And then we have the satellites that are way out in space, in orbit, over the Earth. What are they doing out there? Oh, well, the satellites, you got your satellite TV and your satellite phone and GPS, satellites are good for mankind. Well, those things, not to say that that's not true in some case, but are there other things that could be equipped on these satellites that could be for our detriment? Let's see.
The enemy's satellites that control their navigation and command abilities.
The new weapons being built to disable or destroy threats thousands of miles above us, and the crippling consequences for a nation.
Now check this out. We have a CNN special report, War in Space. Now we see, and that's the thing about having the biblical lens and having a biblical understanding. We've talked about and we've read and studied the war in space, Star Wars, Space Wars, Revelations 12, when the devil and his angels fought with the Most High and his angels in space, in the heavens. So now war is so now we're going into a whole new realm of war, space war.
Thousands of miles above us, and the crippling consequences for a nation reliant on space.
The Kremlin announced the deployment of special laser weapons in May 2023. It's called the SABBATH, which is a ground-based anti-satellite laser. Open source numbers reveal Russia currently has 6 operational right now. The SABBATH is designed to interrupt or destroy reconnaissance satellites from the ground with an alleged range of 1,500 kilometers or 930 miles. Now, it accomplishes this by dazzling the sensitive lenses and electronic equipment with a high-powered beam. This is different from the thermal combustion method that anti-drone and missile lasers use, requiring a less energy-dense beam and thus allowing for a much longer effective range. So if Russia's telling the truth about their laser capabilities, which is a big if, it would put the range of satellites in low Earth orbit within the kill zone of the SABBATH. This includes Starlink and constellations of satellites essential for Ukrainian and the US command and control that operate at an altitude of around only 550 kilometers, according to their website. According to Space Force officials, China and Russia already have directed energy capabilities that are designed to damage or destroy our satellites. So as a result of this, what we see is the French government is investing approximately $5 billion into acquiring laser weapons as part of their modernization efforts. The US military is investing $1 billion a year into directed energy weapons. Weapons like the SABBATH are actually remnants of legacy laser weapons that focus on long-range strategic targets like satellites. Developing lasers for the purpose of hitting large, faraway targets is a concept that actually goes all the way back to the Cold War. Laser weapons research began in the 1960s as a kind of moonshot, a reach goal that people actually originally mocked. The United States looked to directed energy weapons in order to target and destroy nuclear-armed intercontinental ballistic missiles. If you had the ability to destroy all the enemy's incoming nukes with lasers, you would have a major advantage. President Ronald Reagan named the program after Star Wars, the movie, which
And so here we have it. We talked about it. The Star Wars space program started under Ronald Reagan, where he would then look to weaponize space with directed energy weapons and lasers under the threat or pretext of nuclear warfare, so that nuclear missiles could be shot down out of the atmosphere with lasers, so therefore they would not hit cities and things like that. All right, so we saw that. Here it is being exposed or being shown here once again in this video. And notice how whenever we talk about space and you talk about movies or whatnot, you always see lasers and space synonymous one with the other. You know, whether it's Star Wars or whatever other space movie you see, you always see the directed energy or the laser weaponry in space.
Premiered in 1977. By 1986, missile defense technology had an annual budget of $3 billion. Unfortunately, however, the program to laze the nukes was ultimately abandoned due to complications in trajectory, scale, and maintaining beam integrity over.
And so it's the old Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution. Because the problem of nuclear warfare, we must now build space lasers. We must now build lasers, put them in space. So you see how this threat of this nuclear war now gives them the green light to do this and get the support of the world for this type of technology to help Satan accomplish what he's looking to do in the heavens.
long distances.
They look at what's going on today with the Space Development Agency and the Missile Defense Agency. They're actually embracing for the space layer key ideas that were being raised in the late 80s and early 90s.
This original idea of defending the homeland against nukes with laser technology was by far the most difficult mission set that you could imagine for the weapon. But this program created a lot of the fundamentals and basics. It laid the groundwork for the practical laser weapons of today. While the US struggled with the tech, the Soviet Union began its own secret space laser program, known only to researchers as SCIF. The satellite-based laser was developed not only for intercontinental ballistic missiles, but primarily was a laser to destroy the constellation of satellite lasers the US was developing in the Star Wars program. The Soviets actually made more progress than the Americans and launched a prototype into space for testing in May 1987. On the ground, the Soviet Union also developed a tank with directed energy weapons that could destroy sensitive electronics on board American helicopters and tanks via laser beam. The 1K11 and 1K17 were fully developed and actually produced in the 1980s. In the air, the Soviets also developed the Dryf, a CO2-powered laser that would be carried by modified cargo aircraft to shoot down American reconnaissance balloons. The US had their own version of the airborne laser called the YASHAYA, housed in a 747. After millions of dollars in investment, both countries ran into similar roadblocks that plagued laser development at the time. A problem of scale. The YAL-1 and Dryf laser components filled the entire cargo space of both these large transport planes, making them impractical for operational use. So if the United States and Russia already spent billions of dollars and decades of research in directed energy development only to fail, what is driving laser weapons to completely revolutionize the way we fight wars today? Early in the war, when Kyiv was under attack, a crowd-funded group of 30 Ukrainian IT warriors used motorcycles, commercial off-the-shelf drones, and hand grenades to halt Russia's infamous 40-mile convoy. Since then, hundreds of videos on Twitter and Telegram brought the devastation of these small drones to the forefront of conversation. Footage posted on Twitter in July shows a $4 million Russian T-90 tank destroyed by a Ukrainian FPV drone that retails for under $2,000. And one of the main, most shocking parts of all this is that there really wasn't any good countermeasures to these cheap drones. Lasers of the Cold War were originally developed to take down these large, long-range nuclear ICBMs. This strategic level responsibility is now being rescaled to answer the tactical level problems of small and fast drones, mortars, and missiles. Directed energy weapons like the high-energy laser HEL, developed by Raytheon, are the solution to protecting units against more localized threats, fused with AI targeting and tracking to assist operators in hitting a fast-moving target. High-energy laser weapons cook the incoming devices mid-flight. Devices with carbon fiber and plastic components like drones are especially susceptible to these weapons, as they're not so resilient to heat. When we talk,
So we see these drones being cooked, right? Being cooked because we're talking about microwave weaponry where it can be cooked. And is this technology really created to actually be used against what they're saying it's being created for? And I'm not saying in some capacity that it's not or won't be, but we'll see if this technology is being created for much, much more than what they're telling us is being created for.
To heat. When we talk about anti-air defense, we're really talking about what's referred to as layered air defense. This is a combination of different systems that use different types of projectiles to stop.
Now imagine this is a battlefield, okay? And they'll make you think this is way out somewhere in the middle of nowhere. The fight will never happen in your neighborhood. Imagine if all this is going on in your neighborhood. Would you be able to know the satellite is above you operating in a warfare manner? Or how about this plane flying over you? Or how about these weapons being shot, laser weapons, or a ship? All this stuff operating, and it's happening in your neighborhood. Would you be able to know where all this stuff is coming from? This is what I'm talking about when we talk about we're not wrestling against flesh and blood. We're wrestling against the unseen, things we have no clue about what's going on, right?
Projectiles to stop incoming munitions at different ranges and speeds. So for instance, other short-range projectile interceptors like the Phalanx uses a spray and pray method of firing 4,500 rounds per minute at incoming objects. 20mm armor-piercing tungsten penetrator rounds means ammunition here does not come cheap. Highly advanced missile systems like the Patriot missile system are highly capable, but also a cost mismatch to deploy against commercial drones and cheap rockets. For example, you wouldn't use a John Deere tractor to mow your suburban front yard, you'd use a smaller, cheaper, more precise, easier to move, and easier to maintain push mower. So along the same lines, there's a similar issue of collateral damage. If you use the John Deere tractor on a small yard, it'd be overkill and there's a good chance you'd mow down your mailbox. And nobody wants that. You want a precise, closer-in weapon like Raytheon's HEL that can steer clear of friendlies and also avoid damaging the whole neighborhood. Sorry about that, Carl. So yes, directed energy weapons are cheaper, but that's not the main takeaway here. A better way of putting it would be that the Phalanx and Patriot are too important to be used on the wrong targets. However, the threat landscape is evolving. Drone swarms, loitering munitions, and even short to medium range artillery and rockets threaten to outpace and undercut these high-cost systems. This is where integrating HEL systems fit into this layered air defense strategy. Already, Raytheon has developed 15 kilowatt and 50 kilowatt high energy and high powered microwave lasers. So basically, Raytheon's HEL will fit into an existing network of weapon systems. If one layer isn't the right one to identify or destroy a specific threat, then the next layer will. Anti-air defense has always been something of a probability game. Each system gives you a probability to take out an incoming threat. The more layers you have, the better your chances are. We're hearing a lot right now about how AI is going to change the world soon. But how will AI impact the military world? I think one of the biggest and most immediate effects will be to layered air defense.
And then we're talking about AI, which is another invisible device or technology, right? Elon Musk said we're summoning the demon with AI. So here we see the demonic forces at work through machines. We're going to talk more about that here later. The AI or the demon intelligence working through machines.
A computer, for instance, can determine the type of incoming projectile and the correct layer to respond to that projectile in the most cost-effective way, all within milliseconds, something that a human would struggle to do. Innovation in laser and fiber optic technology has reduced the 747.
And I actually spoke to a brother a couple weeks ago who told me in 2019 he was working at an Air Force base and he actually helped part of his job profile was installing these lasers on these types of planes. So he's actually seen it and done it himself to know. And you know, another reason why I'm showing this video is so that people, you know, out there that may think this stuff doesn't, this technology doesn't exist, because they would like us to think that it's science fiction, to show you that this technology exists and is real. All right. It's not science fiction.
Sized chemical lasers down to devices that can comfortably mount on top of a Polaris off-roader. Just look at this comparison between the Soviet 1K-17 laser tank and the US Army's Stryker platoon, armed with the HEL mounted defense system produced by Raytheon. An interview with a laser weapon engineer featured on the War Zone at the Drive explains how the defense contractors are now able to do this. So in the 1990s, there was a major influx of billions of commercial dollars invested into the commercial industry of fiber optics technology. Then it was used for cutting and welding. The demand for commercial applications is what drove laser technology development. So the military started the technology in the first Cold War, then civilians continued it, and now the military application is taking over once again. According to experts, Where there was only a 10% efficiency in converting electronic power to laser beams, today engineers are able to reach 30 to 35%. This is why we see not only the US and Russia, but also countries like Germany, India, France, Israel, Iran, and China all showcasing and refining their own directed energy within the last few years. Fortunately for the United States, public comments from China researchers and PLA officers indicate that China is lagging behind in laser weapons development. Laser weapons showcased in the 2022 air show in China appear to confirm this. Their LW-30 30 kilowatt vehicle mounted laser, while it appears to be a mobile system, it's not as agile as you might think. The whole system consists of a fleet of 3 vehicles, a 30 kilowatt laser weapon vehicle, a command and communications vehicle, and 1 logistical support vehicle. This is a lot of fuel, maintenance, and a large profile for a single short-range laser defense system. However, according to a US Defense Intelligence Agency 2022 report, by the mid to late 2020s, China may field higher power systems that extend the threat to the structures of non-optical satellites. Using directed energy weapons in space-to-space combat circumvents a lot of earthbound issues that plague laser effectiveness. Weather, wind, and particles in the atmosphere constantly degrade effectiveness of directed energy weapons by blocking or interrupting the integrity of the light beam. In the vacuum of space, these limitations are non-existent. If you found any information...
So we're seeing a lot going on here. It's been exposed and shown with this, and we've talked about this white paper from NASA. NASA Strategic Issues, Future Warfare, circa 2025. This paper came out in 2001, before 9/11. I'm going to speak more about 9/11 later. The future is now. All right. And let me pull this up also here. Let me find it here. Yeah. So we also have we did the broadcast on this future strategic issues, future warfare, the merging of the United States Space Force, the Department of the Air Force with NASA, showing you that NASA is a military extension, and NASA is Satan basically operating in a military way, and NASA is a front, a cover to make you think that they're about space exploration and searching out planets and solar systems and discovering life in the solar system. The total front. All right, total front from what's really going on here with NASA. So this is this is military weaponry, military warfare, future warfare. So one of the things that they would do is tell us that it's science fiction or sci-fi, because once they tell us it's sci-fi, we think fiction. Fiction means it's not real. When all the stuff they were showing us as sci-fi was real, whether it was in some small capacity being real or an idea of something they were working towards attaining or getting to, that more than likely was a technology of the past before the flood. Okay, so that goes back to what we read earlier in 2 Corinthians 2:11 about being ignorant to Satan's devices, which is a mental perception. So if we're mentally perceiving sci-fi as being fiction and not understanding this stuff is real, it already warps our reality and puts us in an alternative reality of what really is the real reality, of what's really going on here. All right. Another video. This is titled Real laser weapons used by the U.S. military. Let's check this one out.
You've seen them in Star Wars, Battlestar Galactica, and dozens of science fiction and fantasy stories. But laser weapons are just make-believe, right? Well, maybe not. Energy weapons are real, and they're a lot more powerful than the novelty laser pointers that you're probably familiar with. Though they might not look like you imagine them. Take the US Navy's LAWS laser system, for instance. This experimental 30 kilowatt solid-state laser was installed on the USS Ponce in 2014. It's a real, fully operational directed energy weapon. And while it doesn't shoot out brightly colored blasts of energy like you might have seen in movies or TV shows, this invisible laser weapon still packs quite a punch.
An invisible laser weapon. It's a weapon that you cannot see. Controlled by AI also. So what are we talking about here? We're talking about the unseen, the powers that are operating, the principalities operating in the unseen, naked to the eye, but is weapons.
Quite a punch. In tests, the Navy has used it to detonate explosives from a distance, burn out the engines of approaching boats, and have even used it to shoot down small, unmanned aerial aircraft. It's not even hard to use. When the Navy first showed this laser off, Rear Admiral Matthew Clunder told reporters that anyone who could play Xbox or PS4 games could use the USS Ponce's new energy weapon with ease. And not only is it an effective, undetectable weapon, but because there's no explosives, propellant, or gunpowder, it's safer to operate than traditional weapons. It's more affordable, too. Destroying or disabling a target with a traditional missile can cost thousands of dollars, but LAWS can be fired for just 59 cents per shot. And the USS Ponce's energy weapon is just the beginning. Lockheed Martin has been working to help the Navy develop its next directed energy weapon system, the High Energy Laser with Integrated Optical Dazzler and Surveillance, or Helios for short. It's a 60 kilowatt laser, twice as powerful as the LAWS weapon. That's not a huge leap forward in laser technology, but it's enough for Lockheed Martin to start envisioning what a true next-generation laser system might look like. From systems that integrate Helios lasers with existing radar and targeting systems to eliminate threats at sea, to developing tactical airborne laser pods that can be mounted on military jets. Although those lasers won't be designed for aerial combat, but rather to help pilots defeat surface-to-air and air-to-air missiles before they reach their targets. And truth be told, that kind of defense capability is what most directed energy weapon systems are focused on today. Not attacking targets with space-age lasers, but using them to defend against drones, UAVs, and potential attacks. And that's an idea that's been a long time coming. Back in the 1980s, the Reagan administration's Strategic Defense Initiative hoped to...
And speaking about Ronald Reagan again, one point that I wanted to reiterate that we spoke about in the past, also within all of this, I think there was a huge caveat that Ronald Reagan dropped when he gave his speech about if there was an alien threat, that we would all see through our differences as fighting in war and unite and come together against the alien threat. All the while he's talking about building space lasers up in space through satellites and everything, talking about the whole world uniting against an alien threat. And something else key he said in that speech is there not already aliens amongst us now, right? So it was, you read between the lines, there's a lot of things, but these people talk, they give out clues, and the Bible speaks about it. And when it talks about, definitely in the book of Daniel, it talks about dark sentences, how they speak in code for those who are initiated and understand, can read between the lines.
Defense Initiative hoped to build a fleet of laser-equipped satellites that could shoot down Cold War missile threats. The program's ambition outstretched its technology at the time, and it was eventually shut down in 1993. But now, decades later, we're finally catching up to the idea, just on a little smaller of a scale. So yes, laser weapons are real. though they aren't much like the blasters your favorite heroes carry around in the Star Wars films. And that's okay. Some things are more fun when they stay a fantasy.
Right? Laser weapons are real. Now, keep in mind, this is just the stuff that they would tell us about this technology. Imagine all the stuff that has not been disclosed to us when it comes to this tech. Keep that in mind. One more on this before we move forward. This video is titled, Using Directed Energy to Transform the Modern Battlefield. Using directed energy.
The impact of direct
to transform the modern battlefield. And one may ask, well, what is the modern battlefield? Could mean a lot of different things, but let's check this video out here.
The impact of directed energy on modern day warfare could be very dramatic. It's a very disruptive technology. And so the country that is able to develop and field these capabilities first will have a distinct advantage on the battlefield. Imagine if you're the commander of a U.S. Navy ship in international waters, and you're being taunted by swarms of boats that are coming at you to try to get you to escalate the conflict. Imagine again if you could flip a switch and stop those boats in their tracks without them being able to come any closer, with nobody getting hurt. That type of scenario is where directed energy could be a game changer. Directed energy is the use of electromagnetic energy such as high energy lasers, high powered microwave devices, and laser SATCOM communication terminals. Directed energy has two primary applications. The first one is a very, very high intensity beam of light that has the ability to identify a target at a very, very long distance, or if necessary, to destroy that target at a very long distance. Another application of directed energy is a very high intense beam of radio frequency energy that can be applied to a target to disable that target, to either disrupt the electronics or to cause damage in other fashion.
Check it out. High intensity radio frequency beam. Right? So they're all different types of frequencies. We have radio frequency, television frequencies. Are those also devices that are used to control and are weaponized against mankind? Think about all the propaganda and the fake news and the hypnosis that comes through the frequency. So we're talking about these frequencies. They're using all different kinds of ways of attack on the susceptible mind that's ignorant to Satan's devices. Okay.
One might imagine that directed energy is a relatively recent development in warfighting, when in fact it goes all the way back to Archimedes' time. It's reported that Archimedes used mirrors to direct the rays from the sun at approaching enemy ships to try to set their sails on fire. But today, we've gotten to the point where these weapons are becoming real, and they have real applications in the 21st century, and it really is time for us to start getting these weapons into the hands of the warfighters. So the attributes of directed energy that make them so attractive is, number one, they operate at the speed of light. Number two, they have very low cost per shot. Number three, they typically have very large magazines, almost unlimited magazines. And number four, they have stealth-like characteristics. They're very hard to detect and very hard to intercept. And number five, they can be dialed from both lethal to non-lethal. So today, if you look at almost every program in the department, whether you're talking about ground-based lasers or vehicle-based lasers or potentially airborne lasers, they are limited not by the technology advances, but by the funding that's been allocated to support them. Today, we're technology-rich and funding poor, which is why it is such an imperative for Congress to fund these types of efforts and to get these weapons into the hands of the warfighter so that we can be prepared to fight the battlefield of the future. And I think that that's what really excites me.
To fight the battlefield of the future. NASA's Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare. Right? To fight the battle of the future. Now, this is a lieutenant. At the beginning of the video, he told you he's executive vice president, Booz Allen Hamilton. I believe they said he was a lieutenant. Let me see here.
Be very dramatic. It's a very
Yeah, Lieutenant General, U.S. Air Force, retired. All right. So it's a military guy confirming all of what we're talking about here. Retired.
excites me is being able to make an impact, to have an impact on the future of warfare, and to do that in a manner that makes me very proud of being a part of that entire effort.
See, Satan just needs mankind's help, and to convince them and make you believe that what this is for. Right? To believe what this is for. So we're going to talk about, would this technology then be used against mankind, against your everyday citizen? Could they become part of the modern battlefield? We have here off of C4ISRnet.com. The Space Force wants to use directed energy systems for space superiority. This is June of 2021. Space Force, that's the U.S. talked about here it is. Department of the Air Force, linked in with NASA, wants to use directed energy systems for space superiority. This is what Ronald Reagan set out for in the 80s. Now, revived under Donald Trump. It says here, the head of the Space Force acknowledged that the U.S. is developing the appropriate directed energy systems to maintain American space superiority. Although he declined to provide details in the unclassified setting of June 16 congressional hearing. Okay, so they're not all the way, I mean, I'm not saying they're telling it all, but they're not bashful. It's no secret of what their agenda is. And that this technology actually exists. So that's what we must keep in mind throughout all this. So we can understand now when things happen in our reality, we can explain them away to understand and know what we're actually contending with, so that you understand, you physically, you don't have the power to contend with this. You must tap into the spiritual. You must tap into the heavenly realm that they're looking to war against. You must tap into that realm through Christ and gain that power that he's given and allow us to have access to fight and contend, to be protected and hedged against this type of an invisible technology that's at work. What else do we have here with their technology? This comes on SciTech Daily. It says, NASA's laser communication relay demonstration, getting space data to the ground with lasers. So the lasers aren't just there working in a way as far as causing things to explode or destruction. They also are able to deliver information. For those of you that are familiar with fiber optics is a laser that's sending information. Okay, you can use a fiber optics to hook up to your TV for a feed of internet or television broadcasting signal. You have also optical cables that are used for surround sound stereos for sound. So all these things are able to travel through light or through laser. And check out this image here. You have the International Space Station shooting a laser to a satellite, And then this satellite is shooting a laser down to none other than Hawaii. That's interesting. Of all places, it has Hawaii here. And this actually was December 5th, 2021. And of course, this laser in this particular article is just talking about information or data. But could this be an actual armed, potentially, could there be a possibility that this satellite could be armed with an actual laser, what we just saw, the directed energy and microwave laser systems, to come down and wreak havoc, like what we saw with Lahaina. All right, let's check this video out here. But check this out. Speaking of Hawaii, LRCD, which means Laser Communications Relay Demonstration, known as Optical Ground Station, OGS 1 and 2, are located at Table Mountain, California, and Haleakala, Hawaii. So two of the states where we've seen in recent years these strange, and I'm going to put it in quotes, wildfires or forest fires with quotations around them, because the forests aren't burning. The homes and cars are burning to a crisp, but the trees are still standing. Is the two places where these particular laser communication relay demonstration centers are. Interesting coincidence, right? Let's check out this video here real quick. See that? Located at Table Mountain facility in Southern California and Haleakala volcano on the island of Maui. Same place where Lahaina is where this laser optical facility, only two of them in the U.S. One of them just happens to be on the island of Maui. And notice you see NASA, of course. So all the dots are connecting. Okay, NASA chose these stations because you see here, you got your NASA logo up in the upper right corner. Also, we know who's at work here. While they're deceiving us thinking about space aliens, okay, spacemen, this is what they're doing. They want us to focus on space aliens while they're doing this, and we're not looking at figuring, understanding this technology that they have at their disposal. They don't want us to know that Jack Parsons was one of the founders of NASA, the rocket science, the jet propulsion systems and all that. And he was deep in the occult under the apprenticeship of Aleister Crowley, where he was opening up portals into space and time, doing all type of Babylonian satanic rituals. So they want to cover that part up so that you don't know what NASA origin is. Now, if you're just your everyday John Doe, Jane Doe person living in this world, do you have any idea that any of this technology exists? You probably have no idea. And your tax money, your tax dollars are going to the founding and creation, the funding and creation of this technology. All because you've been told that it's for humane and, peaceful purposes, for the ability to, dispel wars and all on and on and on, to space explore and all of this. That's what you're being told this is being created for. LCRD will also support missions in space. NASA will use the information from these missions to make critical discoveries. I bet they will. Okay, so just showing you some of the stuff that now, okay, the devil said he will set his throne above the stars of God. And in the book of Obadiah, Esau would set his nest amongst the stars. And not only do we have that there in Maui for the laser communication, and I showed you all this, there are 2 directed energy weapon sites in the U.S. One is in New Mexico, and the other just happens to be in Maui. So you have this LCRD, laser communication, one in California and one in Maui, and you also have a directed energy weapon site, one of 2 in the whole U.S., also in Maui. Here's their website. Air Force Research Laboratory. So they have both the communicative lasers and the directed energy weapon laser systems there on Maui. There's many islands of Hawaii, not the other islands, no, but the actual island of Lahaina, which is Maui. Where this website talks about their directed energy. Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing AMO site. U.S. Air Force Military. And if you go on Google Maps and you search for it, it pops up. Air Force Maui Optical and Supercomputing Directed Energy Weapon Site right here in the middle of Maui. And then you have over here Lahaina right here. So could this technology possibly be used on people for nefarious purposes, for evil intentions? Let's go back to 2 Corinthians 2:11. Lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. Okay. So having your armor on, okay, also gives you the discernment and understanding and the wisdom to discern, to understand when you're under attack. All right, because it may come down to a scenario where you may need to get out the way from an attack before it happens. So again, could this have been done in Lahaina? And then when you understand the NASA white paper, Future Strategic Issues, Future Warfare, circa 2025, where NASA explicitly lets you know that they're at war against mankind, we must understand, first of all, Revelation 12, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and the sea, for the devil cometh down to make war, for he knoweth he have a short time. Understanding that through NASA is the devil's space war mechanism, that those satellites not only have the ability to operate in a weapon capacity in space, but they also have the ability to operate from space to Earth as weapons. Not just satellites, planes, drones, and their actual installation sites here on Earth, like this one, right? They don't have to actually be in the air to use this technology, but they operate land, air, and sea. They operate all together to make it happen. We have a video here. This video, it says the special police show up to ensure a total media blackout here in Lahaina, West Maui. So right now, and since this has happened, there's been a total media blackout to where they're not letting any media in to Lahaina to actually report on what's going on there. Where we have someone who's on the ground, boots on the ground, who got some footage. Let's see what he has to say about what he's seeing happening there.
There seems to be a huge emphasis on ensuring that the media and anyone else can't see what's going on here in Lahaina, West Maui. There are miles and miles of this black fence going up that was not here before, that is obscuring ground zero and making sure no one can see what's going on inside of there from the road.
So why are they putting up miles and miles of black fence on the area that was burned in Lahaina so that people cannot see inside to see what's going on? Why are they putting up black fence? It's one thing that they're not letting you inside. Okay, a person could say, well, okay, there could be a danger for people that come in there because this happened. We got to make sure people are safe. But then why would you then put up a black fence so that you can't even see inside? Not a clear fence where it keeps you out, but a black fence to where now you can't even see inside.
No one can get in there. No one can take any pictures. And then I've also seen these weird foreign police cars showing up, these special police, I'm not sure what to call them. This is a Nissan, but there's quite a large presence of these standing guard around the perimeter. We've also lost our ability to fly.
And they don't have normal police guarding the perimeter. They have special police there guarding. Never before seen police. You're in, the island and you see police, but this is not the police that you typically would see there. Something totally different. What's up with that?
Of these standing guard around the perimeter. We've also lost our ability to fly drones really anywhere near this area. Now, this 20-second clip here that I tried to get out of my car and show what was going on, I was almost immediately, after these 20 seconds, National Guard came, chased me off, yelled at me, told me to get back in my car and keep moving. So you cannot pull over. You can't even stop your car.
So we have National Guard, which is an arm of military. This man stopped to try to film what's going on to see. National Guard immediately after 20 seconds ran over and chased him away from even being outside filming. Military operation indeed.
Anywhere near any of this anymore. Now I'm going to show you a fairly long clip that shows just how extensive the fencing is on the western side of the main highway here. And there also is National Guard, regular police, and what I have dubbed special police, which are these police cars that are foreign made The people that are driving them are not, they don't look like any police I've ever seen in the United States. So kind of a bizarre situation, but they have all.
So they have foreign police there. Police, he's saying they're foreign cars, police he's never seen in the United States operating there.
They have a huge presence standing guard, ensuring that nothing can be documented. You can't stop your car. You can't pull over. You can't fly a drone. You can't take a picture. You can't get in anywhere near any of this, which is part of what makes the footage that I have so unique. Now, I always make sure to point out that the footage that I have has been uploaded to the mainland to multiple people. They have the credentials to my social media. So if anything does happen to me, it's not going to prevent the story getting out. But the footage I have both on the ground and drone, but particularly on the ground, is not going to be able to be reproduced with the amount of resources they have put into locking this area down. Now, I am working on another video now that's going to show side by side this same drive a week ago, so you guys can compare the, what it's like now, and you can see just the amount of fencing, rocks, police, barricades, all of the effort they are putting into this. They are putting a lot of energy into it, which is kind of interesting. I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on it. Now, I also want to point out that the reason I've been able to keep cranking out these videos and ignoring
so that's some of the footage of those who are there that are trying to, film and get access to what's happened there. And we ask the question, could what we've looked at, all the different laser technology, could this actually be being used on mankind? Is it possible that this is being used on mankind, or could be, or has been used in Lahaina? Of course, we have the NASA outright military agenda against mankind in their future warfare white paper. And keep it in mind what we've learned going down this rabbit hole of directed energy, directed energy weapons, as we look at some of this footage to see, does this make sense to you outside of what we know, or just what we know with just science, what we've been told how forest fires work. And outside of knowing this technology exists, and now knowing that we know about this technology, can we now apply it to what we're going to see now? They're not letting media in, but guess what? We have some brave individuals who actually were able to get inside in some areas to take some video. Let's see what they are reporting here and what they're discovering with these so-called wildfires.
Luna High School in the neighborhood that did not, I repeat, did not burn. You can see all these houses are standing around here, unburned. There's no burn here, okay? So to me, this is like something out of a space movie, because you have this small field with some grass that burned, right? You can see where the grass burned. But then you have these two vehicles sitting in here that have melted aluminum. So Donovan, if you want to just take us through this car real quick and show us, I know you know a few things about cars, you can point out some things that require a very high temperature. By the way, we just talked to the neighbor who was talking to an investigator in Lahaina town yesterday, and he said the investigator told him the temperatures reached in excess of 3,000 degrees. So tell us what you got, Donovan.
Well, we have about 300 degrees for aluminum.
So the investigators told them that the temperatures reached 3,000 degrees. Now, wildfires are somewhere around 1,400 degrees Fahrenheit. But they're telling us that these were wildfires that somehow burned more than twice the temperature of what we've always known a wildfire to burn at. Keep that in mind. Let's see what he's also going to point out with this burn.
So tell us what you got, Donovan.
Well, we have about 300 degrees for aluminum, and This
300?
1300.
1300, okay, thank you.
1300, well 1220, but if you round it up, because it was not only melted, it was liquefied to the point where it
ran
became
down the side
a river of aluminum going down the dirt hill.
So aluminum burns at about 1220 degree Fahrenheit, and not just burned, but it melted to where it was like a stream or a river flowing. Now, if you take a look around, family, there are no trees. You see grass it looks like it's dead from heat, but not from fire. It's not black. And you see dirt. This car is surrounded by dirt, but yet somehow it burnt up in a forest fire with no trees around. Double the heat of a forest fire to cause this temperature that the investigator has determined it burned here.
This is the aluminum rim. Obviously, there's the tire, what's left of it, the steel threads or steel belts.
And maybe combination gas tank if the gas tank's aluminum.
Okay, okay. So you have liquefied aluminum running down the side of a grass fire.
The caliper melted, unless they stole it, but it looks like the bolts are still there. So that, and then you get the belt, the steel belt of the tire, which is just a bunch of a wire mesh laying there, and you have the windows that were melted, the back window. If you look at the big old, like almost like
the glass is just melted.
Yeah, it was
dripping.
This is almost what you would see if you put a car in an incinerator.
Almost what you would see if you put a car in an incinerator.
But this is not surrounded by a bunch of structure fires or anything.
Yeah, there's no fuel.
So you look around, the trees are safe, these houses are safe, but the cars, surrounded by dirt, the cars didn't make it. And this is actually outside of the burn zone of Lahaina. This is the area that's supposed to be outside that didn't burn, but these cars somehow ended up incinerated.
So besides the gas that was in the tank, what's your theory on what could create temperatures at this level in the middle of a field?
Anomaly, I think is the word.
So this is the second anomaly.
Anomaly. What could cause this? An anomaly, right? There is no normal science to explain what's taking place here. But of course, let's apply what we're learning, right, through NASA's technology, the military, and this now new arms race for laser and microwave weapons.
Yeah, it's just that's why I stopped. I looked at it, I'm like, okay, house. Nothing's burned. And then you have melted steel and glass. And then the only thing that is left is the steel, the thick steel frame, and then the steel sheet metal.
So I don't know if you guys have figured this out yet, but the media has not been given access to Lahaina town.
And so keep in mind, the media has not been given access to come in. Is it now making sense why they're not letting the media come in? Why no one can come in, and they're building black fence around the burn zone and making it a military trespassing situation where you can't even come in. Even people whose homes, that own homes in those areas, are being arrested for trespassing in that area now.
Everything is locked up. Matter of fact, this gentleman next door, he was on Front Street yesterday and he was supposed to get access, and then the mayor shut it down because people were taking pictures. So they don't want pictures taken of anything in Lahaina town because they don't want you to see this, would be my guess. Because the more that you take a look at this, and especially in this scenario, if there was a car like this in the middle of Lahaina, you might think to yourself, well, okay, it was in the middle of this major burn. There's an animal that died here or something. I'm smelling that
must like, be a cat that was under there.
That smells like a dead something.
Yeah.
Oh, that is so sad. That is so sad. That's someone's dog. Oh. So now we have another vehicle right next to it. Talk to me about this one, Don.
Yeah,
what are you seeing?
It's symmetrical with the other one.
Yes.
Pretty much identical. I mean, the heat is just tremendous heat. Melting glass, melting metal, incinerating the tires to the point of, the only thing you see is the steel belts, which actually fall apart like spaghetti noodles when you touch it.
So the media is not allowed in here. No one's allowed in Lahaina town. So the only way this message is going to get out right now is if you, until your fingers bleed for America, start sharing this video.
Look what it did to the steering wheel. I mean, it's just, I mean, all it is the steering column.
We the people is all we got left here. And the more we get the word out and the more people start seeing this crazy anomaly, and we're seeing it in a lot of different places. Donovan here has been on a scooter. He was at the scene of the crime the day of the fire. He was helping people, rerouting them away from Lahaina, as the cops had not blocked the southbound traffic until you got almost to Front Street.
Grass.
And notice the green grass here. Now, it's only been 2 weeks.
Hold up. So the car is melted to a puddle, but the grass is perfectly fine right next to the car.
I don't know if that's 2 weeks.
2 weeks of growth.
Is that 2 weeks of growth? We have green grass. You think is that 2 weeks of growth? Okay, maybe it is. But there's a lot of green grass here. I don't know.
Yeah,
Someone tell me how fast does grass grow? Is that 2 weeks of growth? Someone dumped some trash in there, right? I wonder who did that. It's kind of weird.
Some nice people.
Some nice people.
Yeah.
But if you don't share this story, I don't know who will, man.
Almost looks like a scene out of Sodom and Gomorrah. Like what you would expect to happen in Sodom and Gomorrah, except these cars in a dirt field were wildfire burned, and the houses and trees and even the grass close to the car are all intact. Does that sound like a directed scenario where things are directed to burn something specifically here?
Someone's got to start putting this out to the people that can help. I've had people tell me, hey, you guys got to go do something. Really? We just got like a little 5G back and it doesn't even work. Every phone call we make drops. Right? Do you hear what's going on here? Are you hearing me loud and clear? They are creating a situation where it's impossible for us to communicate right now.
And then they can't even communicate outside of the island. He just said we have 5G, and when we try to use it, make a call, it drops. So we can't even communicate. No communication out, no communication in.
I'm on a Starlink that's in the back of my truck over there. Thank you, David Crawford. So that's the reason I'm able to transmit this message, assuming you're getting it. If you're not, I have it recorded, and I will post it after we go live.
See if you can get down. Let's see inside the motor.
Does this the hood come up?
Oh, the motor's melted.
The motor's gone.
It looks like the block is melted.
And what's the block made out of?
Probably aluminum.
Probably aluminum.
If it melted, yeah. An iron block usually would hold out a little bit longer.
I mean, is it possible that they're making these cars with different types of materials that just have a lower melting point? But even if they did,
look at
it wouldn't make any sense because we're in a field with just a little bit of grass.
The block is still there. It's turned sideways.
The block is still there?
Yeah, the aluminum valve cover is still melted to death.
So can a grass fire?
But how does it burn underneath the hood? That's the thing.
Underneath the hood is protecting it from heat, right?
Or no, oxygen.
Oxygen.
You can't get in there.
Right. So you have no combustion. And again, if you're just tuning into this live, the edge of the fire went to that little grass. This was all just grass, no trees. You can see a couple trees right there. It just went to the edge of the sidewalk. I mean, not even to the sidewalk. It just went inside of this fence, and then it stopped right before it got to this guy's thing, this guy's house. And just to orientate you here, you can see the roadblock of the National Guard right there. That is where the fire burn area starts at the top, not the top, but of Lahaina Luna. Sorry guys, I'm all over the map here. That, if you can see.
So this area back here is where it was supposed to have happened. So they're way outside, and you see the black fence. They're way outside, and these two cars are the only two things that are burnt. So none of this other stuff burnt up in here, but these cars in this dirt field.
That blockade, that's actually where the burn zone is. So the fire was down there, okay? The fire was down there. This is above we're above the bypass. The fire was below the bypass. There was no fire here, except for this little tiny field.
Supposedly it only started a quarter mile away.
So we're gonna go there next?
We can and go take a look.
Next we're gonna go to where we think the fire may have started. This is interesting too. Is this 2 weeks where the grass growth? Maybe it is.
No, it looks like the fire mist right there.
Interesting.
You notice that house is untouched there.
Now let's just scan the houses next door so you can see for yourself that all these homes are perfectly fine. So there's no fuel to create the fire that's powerful enough. It's like if you burned your campfire next to your car and then this happened to your car next.
Well, everybody's thrown beer bottles or bottles in their campfire.
Right.
And I mean, look at the windshield. It's almost gone in the back windows.
So does everyone just need to go take a little Wikipedia tour on the melting points of things and just do some research?
Yeah, it's amazing.
What a good idea. So, because I didn't know much about melting points before all this started, and I'm a skeptic when it comes to all things
90
outlandish.
seconds.
But to me, this is what now seems outlandish to me. And again, if you're just joining right now, please share the video because we're trying to get the word out. What's going on in Maui? Give to the Lahaina Fire Fund if you can. We've raised over $500,000. Every penny will go back into the hands of survivors. We're going to document it all. Don't worry. If you want to give directly to survivors, I'm going to try to get Donovan here to give me his Venmo if he wants to, so he can go give the money you give to him to the people that he knows that were affected. He doesn't need any money. I don't need any money, but we are trying to raise money. And the idea that I came up with, tell me what you guys think. Again, this is sort of like a public forum, if you will, for ideas.
60 seconds.
What if we create a fund called Buy Back Lahaina, and we make T-shirts, beautiful T-shirts. I've already contacted one of my favorite artists. Everything burned, all of his originals.
That's what I do. Actually.
He has 2 galleries on Front Street. All of his original work. 20 years with a sketch.
Okay, so now there's more. Now we have them round 2. The evidence is mounting on Lahaina. Now they're 2 miles away from where the burn zone was in Lahaina. Let's see what they find 2 miles away from the burn zone. You see all this stuff is intact. All right, no burning out here.
That's like when you see this, you're just going to be like
10 seconds.
It's going to break science. If you're a scientist and you understand anything about temperatures and melting points, what we're about to show you is going to change, in my opinion, the whole direction of this entire investigation from what I'm being led to believe, and it just makes logical sense, right?
Yeah, it's almost like there's an incinerator nearby and they just dropped the car off.
Right, so I'm going to turn the camera on what we're walking up on right now.
It's like there was an incinerator nearby and they just dropped the car off. All right, they just dropped a incinerated car out in the middle of nowhere. So let's take a look at this area outside the burn zone. Let's see what's going on here.
I want you to notice there's a vehicle that's been here since the beginning. It wasn't dropped off here, obviously.
Look at the chair's not melted.
You can see here there's a...
So you see some stuff burnt, but you see the grass, yellow grass, unburnt.
Sitting in the middle.
This is the highest the burn got, right here. It did not cross the highway. If you look over here, this is the bypass. You can
So the fire didn't come across. It stopped right there.
See, none of that grass is burned over there. So start to draw some logical conclusions.
Oh, look at.
We're going to show you some more things as we're walking along here.
How did that not?
So the cardboard didn't burn, where he just kicked over. The grass burnt, but the cardboard didn't burn. This paper.
We're going to show you some more things as we're walking along here.
How did that not disappear? If
this melted, how did that cone not completely disappear? Because if you look at this vehicle, and I want you to notice the burn, the amount of grass, as you can see, that burned in the char marks. This car is basically completely surrounded by gravel, and you can see a small little flames right here when this grass burned. Yet when you turn and look right in this direction, besides seeing Dylan, my technical cameraman, you can see this car. And for all you scientists out there that have been sending me images and you're asking me if they're real, I'm here to tell you, in Jesus' name, what we're showing you is real, live on YouTube. So if you enjoy content like this, we ask you to please immediately like this, share this, and subscribe to the channel. Why? Because you are our only hope of getting this out to the world through the YouTube algorithm. This is a tire that is gone.
So they too are trying to defeat the YouTube algorithm, but this car is surrounded by gravel and dirt. And this is the result of nothing around being burnt in a wildfire that happened 2 miles away, and this car looking like this.
These are the braids of steel inside the tire. Look at this particular rim. Is it safe to say these are aluminum?
Look at the windshield. What's that?
Are these aluminum?
Yeah, that's cast aluminum wheels.
Cast aluminum wheel, you can see it melted.
And the windshield on the inside?
Look at the windshield. That is a windshield right there that is completely melted. We have some jumper cables in the back of the vehicle. We have some cast aluminum here that's pulverized.
Just dust.
How is that possible for a grass fire that did not come from this direction? Because you can see there's nothing that's been burned over here. What could cause that type of destruction when you have a grass fire on this side that obviously didn't connect? But even if it was a grass fire,
and it's still only half burned. I mean,
yeah, you can see there's even some grass over here that's still standing. It's not even been burned. So even down below, directly below this, you can see some wood fence posts that were burned, but you can see all that grass is still good. So how do you get this car this hot? In the comments section, I need to hear from you guys. Honestly, I need you to hear in the comments section. There's some smart people, and I'm not talking about, I'm talking about some intelligent people out there that understand physics, science, melting points, not the nonsense people. We need to just silence the nonsense for a moment. We need some real scientists, some real professors around the world to check in right now and help us understand what phenomenon, right?
Yeah, it's an anomaly or whatever you want to call that word.
Right, but this is just one vehicle. This is what we're seeing in all.
Oh, there's the window down there in the middle.
Where's the window?
Down in the crack.
Oh, you can see the melted window down in the crack.
It just dripped down in there.
It's just dripped into the You can see that. I don't know if the camera's picking that up for you. But I've had people reach out to me from around the world asking for these types of images, detailed images. And by the way, thankful that the sheriffs have left. We asked them if they, I've said, hey, if you guys love your country, allow us to come in here and grab these images. And they left, and I'm so thankful. And I told the sheriff, said, hey, I'm thankful for you guys because you've sworn to protect the Constitution. You've got more power than anybody in the...
And thank God they left the area.
Thank God they left the area. Yeah, we're so thankful that they did. They had these stern looks on their faces, man, because we're just like, what law prevents us from having access? Why can the media not have access to this? Why is there a fence? Why are there checkpoints? This is melted copper?
Yeah,
these are the jumping
so
cables.
what people are familiar with seeing, this is how hot it got. This literally destroyed metal, and I mean the spring had no integrity at all. It was just no resistance.
You can see this. What do you think this is? Is this the tranny?
Wow.
What is that?
The aluminum?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe it had an aluminum gas tank.
But look at all this. Came all the way out here.
Yeah, that's not just heating and melting. That's liquefying, which is
liquefying. That's a whole other level.
Probably like 1,500 to 2,000 degrees. Look, that looks like a cell phone.
Oh my God. Yeah. What do you guys think? Talk to me. Share the video.
And they were finding whole families charred to a crisp inside cars here. And also in California, when it happened in California, they're finding, father, mother, children in the car, burnt to a crisp in the vehicle, these type of vehicle situations. Okay. Now we have an expert, arborist of 50 years on Cali and Maui. So this is somebody who is an expert when it comes to burns and fires. He's going to give his insight here, his expertise.
Tiny campfire. And this is a horrific firestorm, they said. Why are all the trees still there? Yeah, all I can say is they don't recognize the organics. Even though they're super hot, they seem to be much hotter than our regular wood fires, but for whatever reason, they're not recognizing organics. They turn everything brown. They suck the water out of it like it's in a microwave oven in your kitchen, leave them brown or a light shade of green, but it will not ignite them unless they're in close proximity to metals. It has to be in close proximity to your metals, whether they're ferrous or non-ferrous, like aluminum. Your creek beds around here in California, I've noticed, or water-loving trees have burned from the inside out. Yeah. Cooked like in a microwave. And these are willows, cottonwoods, alder, birch, maple, madrone. Not one leaf will be burned on them, even when the leaves are on the ground, but they'll cook from the inside out where the highest water holding capacity would be. Pines and more flammable trees are doing the same, but at a slower rate, even though the sap in many pines is more combustible than the water lovers by far. The needles will be brown everywhere, but they're not burned up. White ash. Where's the black? Where's the carbon? So you're thinking intense heat. Well, why are all the trees still there? A palm tree is easy to light on fire. They burn up in a second. They're like grass. They're thin. They'll burn in seconds. Yet I look at them, they're kind of super wilted. They turn black. There's a black color to all these dead trees. If it doesn't ignite, these leaves just kind of wilt and turn dark colors. Another anomaly. They should all have been gone. With this kind of heat, everything should have been gone.
So we're hearing about all these anomalies in this event. Unexplained anomalies.
Should have been stumps of trees. That didn't happen.
And it should be black, not white.
That's right. Every house I've seen burn up, all of them have been burned to the ground, white ash. I have not seen much of any black anywhere. Everything else is completely gone.
Yeah, the toilet, the fridge, the stove, which I've seen, houses and the stove is there. It doesn't go to ash.
That's right. This is the giant banyan tree I've heard about. Here you have a fire all the way around it. Even the boats were on fire. After the fire, I see leaves everywhere and all the aerial roots coming down. They look kind of sagging and black, not necessarily burned up. And here's a wood pole to your left. Whether it's a splint, I think there's lights on it. It was so hot it forgot to burn the wood. Dry wood, dead trees I've noticed that are dead before the fires, they're not burning. There's no moisture in them. Yes, the whole hood, it got so hot, the metal hood melted out. That's pushing 2,750 degrees. 2 fire captains I know of, they say they've never seen vehicles in their whole career like this.
So 2 firemen in all the career have never seen vehicles look like this before. And I'm pretty sure they've seen a lot of fires.
Windows are never melted. They might break. They don't even sag. They break or shatter or fall out, but they don't melt. That's 2,500 degrees and up. They start to melt at 25. So what could do that? You don't have enough fuel in this Jeep. And I don't mean gasoline. I mean the fuels, the plastics, the seats, the cushions. All that isn't enough to get this kind of burn. I see dead trees, but a firestorm would have left sticks. There'd be no leaves on it. That's your fire, the leaves, like in California. All that they're clearing out. Now it has to go to the local dumps somewhere. Follow them to the dumps. See what they're dumping. They're eliminating the evidence. Here's your trees in the background. No, it's the same old thing.
We can prove that this is not natural. Then maybe the insurance companies will turn it over and they'll have to pay, and we can change this.
The garbage can and the wood to the left, whatever that wood was for, didn't burn up. Where'd the fire come from to burn the house? It had to come through the forest. Now everybody knows about this. These are the umbrellas. This is synthetics. I mean, if you got flying embers, where's the holes? And if they are flying, they're not the normal fires we know of that will burn synthetics. There's something else. So there's your palms, there's your synthetics. The building's gone. It's just metals. And these things didn't burn up. Nothing, I mean nothing added up. When I see forest fires, the trees are burned up. The needles are gone. The twigs are gone. Many of the branches are gone. Sometimes the trunk is burned down halfway or all the way to a low stump and even holes in the ground. That's the way they burn. No exception. They don't leave their needles on there. With their needles on there, how do we even call it a forest fire? The forest didn't burn. I saw this picture on the internet from a drone possibly, and I see these buildings, a Jack in the Box, McDonald's, and a gas station. And they're just completely burned, leaving only metals and stone. But what I see is the trees. When you don't see the forest burn, but yet houses are, and some of these materials don't burn, what is going on here? And many of the fire captains and other workers have said, we've never seen fires like this, or the fires were so hot we couldn't even get close to them to put them out. And they were also very hard to put out. I believe most of these fires are microwave based. They're not normal wood fires that we know of. Many materials will not burn. The same stuff exactly that I've seen in California. No different, all the same fire footprints. Things that don't make sense. Here, a home's on fire and nothing else. And I believe that's because of all the metals, whether they're ferrous or non-ferrous, that are in a house. These things get hit, they burn, and it's rare to see a tree burn or any plant unless it's in very close proximity to the house.
Right. And here is some footage, real time, of people during this. While it was happening. And remember, family, we look at this as what people could do this. You know, if someone actually was responsible, how could they do such a thing? We have to remember and keep in mind, what is the title of tonight's live stream? For we wrestle not against flesh and blood. We're not dealing with people. Okay, we're dealing with spiritual forces. Now, people can become hijacked Okay. So we have to look past the people. The people have been given up that would participate in such an event to a reprobate mind. Right? There are people maybe directly at work, but indirectly, the invisible, the unseen, is the one guiding the host. And if you look here, it says a stark reminder of the potential consequences, allegedly, of choosing not to sell your land when billionaires need your land for their 15-minute city, smart city prison. So we're going to talk about that more in a moment, because what is the purpose of all this? Why would such an event take place? Well, we have a video here. Hawaii fire victims calling out the Maui City Council. The people serving on the Maui City Council are stakeholders in the redevelopment of Maui as a smart city with the Department of Planning. Conflict of interest. How are the people who are serving Maui that are on the Maui City Council? Whoops. Let me forgot to bring back the screen. Sorry about that. How are the people who are serving on the Maui City Council, the stakeholders in the redevelopment of Maui as a smart city with the Department of Planning? Let's take a look at this video here as we have a person calling them out on this.
My name is Gary Cordery. Lived here in Oahu since 1980. Father, grandfather. This is an emotional meeting. Nani, you mentioned a moment ago, this is not about Maui. This is absolutely about Maui. And my concern, and I'm actually speaking to each of you sitting around this table. Each of you have a placard representing an organization. And I have a question before I actually have my testimony. By a raise of hands, are any of you participating in an event, in a restructuring as a stakeholder on Maui at any level, whether you're state, federal, private, or a private citizen? Are you engaged? Are you a stakeholder? Are you written? Is your name listed as a stakeholder of any of the redevelopment plans regarding a smart city? By a raise of hands, I would like to see a raise of hands. Because the information is out there. Raise of hands. I can tell you, Department of Planning, DLNR, DBED, Housing, all of these agencies, and I'm not saying to you directly, but you're here representing these agencies, therefore, it is your responsibility to tell the truth. Each one of these agencies have signed on as stakeholders for the redevelopment of a smart city in Maui. I'm asking you again, who is signed on?
So I'm sorry, but I asked for testimony pursuant to the agenda, and there's nothing on the agenda about smart cities. And if we could also refrain from yelling.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, and I'll provide clarification. Smart cities is everything about housing. The idea that you're going to sit around this table, and I realize it's not on today's agenda, but the idea that you're going to sit around this table and make decisions about the long-term viability of sustained life on Maui without the people's input, I can tell you, is this a charade? It is true. Try go to Hele Mai Maui 2040.
Okay, we're going to take a break. We're going to take a 5-minute break. I have repeatedly stated we are not discussing Lahaina. Exactly just to calm temperatures down. Okay, we will come back in 5 minutes. We're taking a recess.
You're all responsible, and I would like to talk to you when you say that it's not true. I can tell you, Hele Mai Maui 2040. Look at the stakeholders, and you're going to find all of your departments listed as stakeholders. Okay.
So we have people who are waking up and understanding the agenda that's at play here, and we're going to go into that agenda. We talked about it. World Economic Forum, how Hawaii plans to be the first U.S. state to run entirely on clean energy. All right, smart city. And of course, they have their help us prevent the spread of disinformation on their website. Before you even get to the article, they want to control the narrative. Again, lest Satan should get advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. They want to control the perception, the thought, right? The intellect, the mind. This is mind control. But the proof is in the pudding and the devil's in the details. And when you just look at their plans, it all makes sense. We also talked about their Hawaii Digital Government Summit 2023, which happens in a few weeks from now, September 25th, where they're coming to discuss, it says here, the Digital Government Summit brings together technology-focused public sector professionals with leading industry partners to connect on innovative approaches, get inspired, and discover new technologies. Join us to improve the future of government together. So how convenient that this happens, that this takes place the month after this so-called wildfire. They're going to come together and discuss technology in regards to Hawaii's future. And we have a lot of people here from Maui, Governor Josh Green, Douglas Murdoch. All this says Maui here. All right, Maui, Maui, Maui. On and on and on. And what people have to understand, we've showed this before. Talked about the smart cities. This map, the simulated reserve and corridor system to protect biodiversity as mandated by the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Wildlands Project, UN and U.S. Man and Biosphere Program, and various UN U.S. Heritage Programs and NAFTA. All right, so they already have it mapped out. The areas in the United States that are going to be livable and unlivable. So when we go into our smart cities, we're going to be attaching this into that on what we're seeing happening, that they're blaming on climate change, what they're saying happened in California, what they're saying happened in Lahaina. They're saying it's climate change. The environment is becoming unstable. There are certain areas on the map that are becoming unlivable, and you're only going to be able to live in the areas and the cities, which are going to be the smart cities, that we say you can come and live. That's what's going on. They're ramping things up now. So we're going to be discussing that. A video here real quick. Maui fires and redirected energy systems. Check this out.
The recent fires in California, Australia, and now Hawaii are unlike anything we've ever seen before. They are being called forest fires and wildfires, but they are clearly something very different. These fires are burning homes into a white powdery ash footprint, while often leaving the surrounding green trees and shrubs practically untouched. In extreme cases, forest fires can reach temperatures up to 1500 degrees Fahrenheit, and the melting point of aluminum is 1220 degrees Fahrenheit. So it is possible for an extreme forest fire to melt aluminum. But there are cars with puddles of melted aluminum that were clearly not in the wildfire area. And melted glass, which has a melting point around 2500 degrees Fahrenheit. These are unexplained anomalies. In the California fires of 2018, cars were randomly bursting into flames on the freeway with no surrounding fires. We've seen these same anomalies in New York City on September 11th.
And this is where, when you see this happen, you think the same thing in regards to 9/11. Being you had two towers who were supposedly hit by a plane, right? And they told us jet fuel burnt the steel beams and the concrete, which caused these buildings to implode demolition style. And it's the same science. When you look at the burning temperature for the steel beams and the concrete, it's same with what we're seeing in Lahaina in California with these cars burning. The burning temperature for those materials is way higher than the actual fire that would come from a plane and jet fuel burning. Meaning that there's no way a jet fuel or a plane could have brought these buildings down. But not only is that an anomaly, two buildings, but you also had, he's about to go into it,
2001, cars completely burned out with no explanation.
You also had, in similar fashion, how did these cars end up like this? What we see in California and Lahaina. So we're seeing something else at work other than what we're being told is working. That's at play here, all right? We're being told that steel beams and concrete melt at a temperature lower than they're supposed to melt. We're being told that jet fuel burns at a temperature higher than it's supposed to burn in order to bring those buildings down. And then somehow those buildings are nowhere around these cars, and these cars end up like the vehicles we see in Lahaina now, where they're pretty much melted and disintegrated down. All the while the paper survived, right? This is 911. And it's interesting because we're 3 days away from the anniversary of this event. We're in the month of trumpets. We're in the month where these type of events, where we always have to be ready for an event of anomalic proportion, right? Anomalies happening that we can't explain. Only thing that we can understand is the devil's at work. The devil's working here. But let's keep going.
In Maui, these unnatural fires spared the homes of the rich while burning the native homes of the working class. With precision, these fires destroyed the most envied, high-valued areas of Maui. For decades, directed energy weapons have been classified, but they have been on the public record for several years now. Directed energy weapons, known as DEWs, have the ability to burn homes with this sort of precision. But in order to be this precise, the area would have to be mapped out. In January of this year, green lasers were seen over Hawaii, which could best be described as a geospatial array for mapping terrain. We have seen that among the ashy ruins, there are blue-colored objects that have somehow survived the devastation. Blue cars, blue umbrellas, a blue boat, blue planters. Videos online are going viral that show how lasers can easily burn through certain colored objects, but objects that are colored blue remain unharmed. Directed energy weapons include lasers, millimeter wave, and microwave. They are all based on light frequencies. and different wavelengths of light affect colors differently. For example, in laser tattoo removal, different wavelengths are used for removing different colors. And this is because color is a quality of light. Each color has its own frequency. Interestingly enough, the frequency of the color blue is 6.66.
How about that, family? How about that? The frequency for the color blue is 666. And this is what I mean when I say the devil is in the details. Right? The devil is in the details.
Reporting for InfoWars.
Speaking of InfoWars, I think that's our next video here. We have Alex Jones with Stu Peters, Maui Dues, Deep State False Flag, Trump Assassination Alert, and Extreme Accountability. Let's check this video out here.
Well, Stu, it's great to be here with you, and I apologize to you yesterday on my show because we know they didn't cut the trees. We know they cut off the water. We know they'll let the power on. We know that was part of it. But once I saw the footage that locals shot that I interviewed, where you have a car with no grass burn, no trees, hundreds of yards away from fires, and all these cars are burned. And then what you said's true. Anything blue didn't burn. I didn't know that baby blue bounces lasers off. I guess that's a well-known thing that's been demonstrated. And we know that that's one of the main bases, the second largest base in the U.S. for directed energy, Maui. And I looked at it, and it's just overwhelming that it wasn't power lines alone that did this. Then the cover-up, putting up black tarp all around it, kicking media out. Locals are being thrown out of their own homes. They're keeping people back 12 miles. This is the model of what they want to do. And with drones, they can launch the DC-10s. Well, that's an old plane, but that's what they mainly use, an old fleet of those, and C-130s that are loaded with these huge chemical lasers that one plane could burn down Maui in minutes. And so that's the only thing that could do this. And now I agree with you that clearly this has been used because we know, again, that lasers bounce off of blue, and to a certain extent white, but mainly blue, and most lasers do. And so you were on my show yesterday. We were showing all the footage of a house with a blue top right next to everything else is burned. It's not. A blue car not burned. T-shirts in burned down houses. The T-shirt's totally fine. It wasn't regular heat. And from the directed energy research I've done, which I've done previous for decades, I mean, I know about the technology. It's not so much a laser beam, but a microwave that basically fluxes. And so anything metal, they can fry. And so this is a big day, and it's a microcosm, just like California wouldn't cut the trees in poor areas, but also a lot of evidence of directed energy. They're beta testing this to be able to take full control. And as Catherine Austin Fitz, former high-level Clinton official, said, she tracked the maps in the summer of peace and mostly peaceful protest, where all over the country they would direct Antifa, we got some of their documents, on what businesses to burn, and it was all the companies and businesses that wouldn't sell out. So they got a lot of ways to do this, and the good news is, thanks to you and many others, but you're at the tip of the spear here, people are not buying this. I'd say 99% of the comments online, whether it's Instagram or Twitter, YouTube, you name it, are not buying what happened in Maui. So I think their test there of what they wanted to do is blown up in their face. Unfortunately, we got a lot of dead people, and the cover-up is in full swing right now. So this is a big story.
And just before we keep going, let people know there are a couple words here, just as a warning. Not a lot, but there is a word or two that, you know, would say explicit words, explicit language that may come out. So just keep that in mind. All right.
Possibly more dead people or equal to the 9/11 inside job that we could talk about for hours. Obviously, Alex Jones is our guest. You had a TSA whistleblower that we want to get to here after the break, because, I mean, this is a story that you should be patting yourself on the back for. And then automatically, after you blow this whole thing up, they respond almost immediately. But, you know, when we're looking at this DO attack, this is a directed energy weapon attack. There's really no other explanation. 99% of the people online, you're right. They say that this is complete BS. This is not what happened. This isn't some wildfire just rolling across pavement. So when you're investigating a crime, which is something that I've done, you know, for 15 years as a bounty hunter, when cops are investigating a crime, first of all, motive is the big thing. So what's the motive? Why is our government at war with its people?
I've seen different numbers of 5.1, 5.8 billion. This is the second most expensive real estate in the world. A bunch of blue collar people own it for hundreds of years. A whaling station, you know, the center of the Hawaiian culture.
This is the second most expensive real estate in the world. There in Maui. Now you understand Oprah, all these million and billionaires that are there. They got all this land there, getting property there, right? So keep these things in mind as we continue to go down this rabbit hole.
It's where their flag comes from, right there in Lahaina. And they tried to make them sell. They offered them $50 million for like an acre of lot, $100 million. They wouldn't sell. One of my favorite places to visit is Lahaina. And I've talked to locals. We're not selling. 100+ billionaires have moved in. They're trying to get them to sell. They won't sell. So they don't trim the trees for 5 years when BlackRock owns it. They leave the power on, but that wasn't enough. And as soon as I saw the Washington Post say, oh, it's power lines, I was like, well, wait, I thought it was power lines, but now you're saying that. And then I saw the footage that locals shot, hours long, where, again, you're hundreds of yards away from burned buildings by the beach, and there's no burned grass, and all these cars are fried, and the grass is still around the car. Only microwave-directed energy weapons do that. So I've done the research on it. But I was like, well, it's much easier just to leave the power lines on and not trim things. But that wasn't enough. They used that as the cover. And then they said in the Washington Post, the New York Times, oh, they didn't trim the power lines. But once I saw that and remembered all the research I'd done, I was like, I guess Peters is right. Because, again, folks, I showed it on my show yesterday. I don't know if you're going to roll any of that footage. But for people that haven't seen it, I've interviewed the locals that are well-known that live there. They went and shot it. 200 yards in some cases. Trees, grass, everything's fine, and just fried cars. That does not happen from a fire, folks. The only thing that does that is directed energy.
I mean, it's a big deal. One of the first questions that I asked this Dr. Robert Malone, the alleged inventor of this mRNA technology, was if they wanted to kill us, why wouldn't they just kill us, right? I mean, and now they have escalated into, well, we're just going to kill you. Not only you, but we're going to kill your children. We're going to leave them trapped inside of their homes. We're going to kill them. We're going to sound no alarm. Why are they doing it? Why are they at war with us? Why is our own government openly declaring physical kinetic warfare against us?
Because the globalists took over the world through fractional reserve banking and fraud. They gave themselves quadrillions. They really believe they own everything. So if you show up at home in your pantry and your wheat or your corn or your food is filled with weevils, you kill them. And they say, we own the earth. We took control, survival of the fittest. You're here. We need that power to get rid of you. So they're going to use weather weapons. They're going to use directed energy. They're going to use viruses, and they're going to blame it all on global warming. Notice, Stu, the narrative. The world's ending in 2030 from Bill Gates and from
Yuval Noah Harari,
the rest of, Al Gore and AOC and Beto, because they're ending the world as we know it. They're cutting off the energy. They're cutting off the oil and gas. They're cutting off the fertilizer. They're doing the global lockdowns and then blaming it on a out of the jungle because global warming, it's our fault. No, they produced the so they are literally creating a post-industrial world that is the UN treaty from 1992 in Rio de Janeiro, Agenda 2020, and we're now in the middle of Agenda 2030, the depopulation, where they attack us with all these systems and then tell us it's our fault, we're dying. And for a normal person like you or I, we want to kill people. We don't want to hurt people. But if you look at history, the Hitler, the Stalins, the Maos, this is their move. And so we have to recognize that indeed they're doing it. And they've covered up Lahaina, they've covered up Maui, they've covered up everything else they're doing. And that is just the added icing on the cake of what they've done. But the good news is, as you said earlier, people are waking up and they're not buying the official story. So it's all a raw exercise of power, because if they can barbecue the people in Lahaina, they can do it to everybody.
One of the people that seems to be waking up, President Donald Trump. Alex Jones is our guest. Guess what? Lockdowns. Donald Trump has a message for the globalists that want to do that. After the break, we'll be right back.
Earnings. Defund the swamp and fund the truth and freedom movement today. Go to livefreenow.org and restore the freedom we all miss.
They're preparing us. They're going to create a crisis because they know that they can't deal with a real political backlash and the restructuring and the reforming and getting back to the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. Biological attack is imminent. Imminent. It's going to happen. It's not a question of if, but when there's going to be a chemical or biological attack on the American people. And what is their solution? They say, give up our rights, submit to Big Brother. The same thing Hitler did in 1933 when he said, the Jews, the blah, blah, blahs, they're going to blow something up if I don't take full command and round people up and suspend and set up checkpoints and issue license and papers.
That during the Model States Health Emergency Powers Act, remember 2002, they wanted to have forced inoculation nationwide for smallpox, and it came out in news articles that, oh yeah, the feds are going to use sports stadiums and postal offices as the centers where if you refuse to be inoculated, you'll be taken and be held, but will also forcibly inoculate if we're given the orders at these injection facilities. I mean, Rockefeller study envisions future dictatorship controlled by elite, millions being killed, mandatory quarantines, checkpoints, the end of the family, everything that's in the other documents, but this dovetails with all the other Rockefeller Foundation documents about the GMO food to sterilize you and the forced and the hell we're already living in that's just going to continue to intensify until we take our governments back from these eugenics madmen. And, of course, they want to do it by stealth. Oh, get your flu shot. Oh, you know, half of you'll never have kids. The other half will have reduced. See, it's got to be soft kill. It can't hit everybody or it'd be too noticeable. But they're testing how much they can get away with right now. You know, they want to hit those babies in the womb. Kind of like the UN programs worldwide where they only want to help the pregnant women. They come give them shots, and they all have miscarriages on the spot, and they send armed troops to enforce the injections. And that's what America's turning into as well. Its 1968 yearly report, the Rockefeller Foundation acknowledged funding the development of so-called anti-fertility vaccines and the implementation of mass scale.
Everybody's a bunch of followers in this country. When are we going to stand up? When are we going to affect change?
The only chance we've got of beating this scientific dictatorship, this creeping death that takes its time to incrementally enslave you, mentally, psychologically, physically, spiritually, the only way to defeat it is for the rank and file of this planet to realize that you have a choice to make on what your destiny is going to be. Win, lose, or draw, you need to choose a side.
Welcome back to a special edition of the Stu Peters Show live with Alex Jones. He's been right. You know, the famous meme of yours, Alex, all over the internet all the time. Hashtag Alex Jones was right. You've been right about so many things. You were right about lockdowns. You've been right about mask mandates. You've been right about the you've been at the tip of the spear so that we are, you know, we're kind of just following your lead here. You created Dissident Media. And so, you know, speaking of dissidents, there's been a lot of dissidents to the whole, you know, obviously, as people are starting to wake up, they're starting to see what's going on with these shots. Finally, after died suddenly, wins an award, by the way. You know, and so we now have been, you know, kind of pressuring Trump, at least on my program and throughout the network. The narrative has been, hey, you got to stop pushing these shots. You've got to stop pushing these shots. These shots are responsible for millions of deaths. You've got to stop it. I can't explain why he continues to do that. But he just came out. Your crew has a clip here of President Donald Trump talking about the lockdowns and how he said that he will respond when he retakes the White House. Can you guys roll that clip?
The left-wing lunatics are trying very hard to bring back lockdowns and mandates with all of their sudden fear-mongering about the new variants that are coming. Gee whiz, you know what else is coming? An election. They want to restart the hysteria so they can justify more lockdowns, more censorship, more illegal drop boxes, more mail-in ballots, and trillions of dollars in payoffs to their political allies heading into the 2024 election. Does that sound familiar? These are bad people. These are sick people we're dealing with. But to every tyrant who wants to take away our freedom, hear these words: we will not comply. So don't even think about it. We will not shut down our schools. We will not accept your lockdowns. We will not abide by your mask mandates. And we will not tolerate your mandates. They rigged the 2020 election, and now they're trying to do the same thing all over again by rigging the most important election in the history of our country, the 2024 election, even if it means trying to bring back. But they will fail because we will not let it happen. When I'm back in the White House, I will use every available authority to cut federal funding to any school, college, airline, or public transportation system that imposes a mask mandate or a mandate. Thank you very much.
Wow. So there's President Trump saying some pretty strong words. What do you think the epiphany was here?
We know he's the real deal, in my view. And he's under attack. He made a lot of mistakes. He said, I didn't know how evil it was. Now I know how it works. And I'm not getting into inside baseball, but the biggest thing I've asked him to do, and I know you've done this as well, like nobody else do. You deserve the credit for this, your audience. We said, listen, you're good on everything else. Trying to stop World War III, trying to control the border, trying to get jobs back, trying to stop the fentanyl, trying to secure the dollar, take care of the vets. But you keep going along with their BS. Sure, he said we shouldn't have lockdowns. Sure, he said we shouldn't have mandates, but you got to come all the way out against it.
But he locked the country down.
Sorry, go ahead.
He locked the country down, right? I mean, so the buck stops with you. You're the president. So you were lied to by Deborah Birx, the scarf wearer, and Tony Fauci, the mass murderer. You were lied to by the HHS and the NIH. You were lied to by the FDA and the CDC. But the buck stops with you. You're the president of the United States. You made the call to lock down the country.
Exactly. We will forgive you. None of us are perfect if you say you're wrong. This is, I'd say, halfway step towards what he needs to do. This is a big deal. And because we got the whistleblower, and I launched it 2 weeks ago, and I had no idea that 5 hours after I announced it, they would do the full rollout, because it was, every channel, everything. Oh, we need masks. Oh, schools shut down. Oh, hospitals. And my source, the first source, and I made other calls and confirmed it, said, well, we're told middle of September they're going to bring back masks for TSA, and then they're going to have a new shot. No one knew that. And they still follow the script a week after I said it and said, September 15th, the new shot's ready. So that added super credibility because, of course, it was real. They were telling my federal source, who's a manager, high level, this was coming. So this was just perfect timing. None of it's my credit. People say, oh, Alex, biggest scoop. How'd you know this? I don't have a damn crystal ball, folks. I live this just like Stu does. I'm in here 15 hours a day, and we're on top of it. And so it was a good intel. And so now, instead of us accepting each phase of the fear and all the hotels and Uber and the hospitals being told, put the mask back on, the orders went out literally the day after I made that announcement. People then realized, oh my God, it's scripted. So we're ahead of it. And now Trump gets it. He knows it's about election meddling for mail-in ballots again. So finally, he's coming all the way over. And so I just see that as another great sign. And this is a huge, huge deal. It's how they want to maintain their control. And so this is a big victory. And I just, am saying it moves the needle. Trump's not perfect. We're obviously not going to support Gavin Newsom or Joe Biden or, Ramaswamy, who you've exposed, who has a lot of great rhetoric, but has a really bad lineage of politics, the Democrats. Regardless, this is a big seismic moment showing that Trump is making good on what he said to take the gloves off. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think that you're right that, with repentance and apologies and asking for forgiveness, that anybody could be forgiven. I mean, that goes without saying. How long is it before he comes out on these shots and says, you got to stop taking these shots? They're poisoning you. They're killing you with these shots.
He should do it immediately. He should do it right now, and he'll be supercharged and say, which we know. Look, I know Trump well, and I know what really happened. And if he was bad, I'd come out against him. I'm not just hopefully hoping he's a good guy. We know he said, oh, hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, vitamin C. He was just getting the country going. He knew they were trying to kill his recovery. So they tricked him and said, well, sir, we've got this promising thing, but we can't green light it. Only you can do it. He got tricked into it. He doesn't want to admit he's wrong. But for a pig-headed person like Trump, this is as far as I would expect him. He may go further now. If he came out and said, I got conned by Fauci, I got conned by all of them. I mean, like you said, they've even had Redfield come out and say, oh, Fauci ran all this and it's gain of function. Even his minions have run for cover. So Trump needs to go all the way, but I think this is a major sign of the right direction. I'm not putting all my cards or all my chips on Trump, but I see this as a very big deal. And I think they're going to try to assassinate him. I mean, I think
do
they
too.
are
Yeah,
really,
I do
really
too.
scared right now.
We talked about that on your program just the other day. I think that if they can't imprison him for the rest of his life, then why wouldn't they kill him? They've killed other presidents. They've killed thousands and thousands, probably millions of innocent people, including children.
Well, exactly. That's even Tucker Carlson raised that with Trump a week ago during that debate, counter debate deal. He said, well, the obvious next thing is kill you. I mean, that you follow the track. And then the media's like, oh, Tucker's crazy. Alex Jones is crazy. Stu Peters is crazy. Oh, they might assassinate a president. Why do they have Secret Service? No, they do it when an elite is in danger and nothing else is working and Trump isn't backing down. The obvious default is kill him, or Biden won't step down. His wife won't step down. So the globalist may kill Biden and claim a white supremacist did it. We're hearing all this white supremacist talking. White supremacists are the number one threat when that's basically made up. It's like a unicorn, super rare, leprechaun, Santa Claus. Maybe it exists, maybe it doesn't. The point is, I see them either assassinating Biden or Trump before the election, or both of them, to put the country into civil war. What do you think?
To put the country into civil war, and we've talked about the shattered union. For those who are not familiar, you can look up the video game, check out the trailer, Shattered Union, where it shows America, different states succeeding from the Union, and America going into civil war. So is that something that we could see happening going into 2024 election, where you have, Trump on one side, Democrats on the other? Going to be real interesting to see what leads up to this coming election, with them now starting to look to bring back 2.0 with the lockdowns and the mask and all of that. And you're going to have certain states like Texas already has said that no mask, no dates, no lockdown. So you're already seeing red states aligning with that stance, and you're seeing the blue states who are aligning themselves with Biden's stance. So that's shaping itself up to be the civil war. We're on one side, Trump saying he's president. It was an election fraud and it was stolen from him. And on the other side, the Democrats saying the same thing. But, we'll talk more about that later. I'm not too focused on the election per se, because there's bigger things that are to be taken away from all of this than what's going on with the election or what's going to happen with it. Okay. But continuing on here.
Who is it that you think wants civil war the most?
I mean, you have these multinational Black Rocks and State Streets and people that really...
By the way, these are the people that fund this Ramalama deep state guy, who we've worked really hard to expose, this Ramalama dipshit. He's funded, by the way, by all of these people, BlackRock and Vanguard. He took Soros money. He was a World Economic Forum young global leader, a Klaus Schwab sycophant. He's like an AI version of a GOP presidential candidate propped up by the Fox News channel, just soaking in and then perfectly regurgitating all of these lines. I want to ask you a question right after the break. If not Trump, then who? We'll be right back with Alex Jones. Stu Peters Show, we are live with Alex Jones. Very important question that I asked before the break, and it's one that we actually legitimately have to consider, Alex. I mean, so if they lock him up or if they kill him, what do we do? Who then? If not Trump, then who?
Well, I want to be clear. I'm very concerned about false flags. Culturally, we're winning. And the enemy is losing more and more support with the people. But I think the honest follow through on this is, if you look at where things are going on the graph here, it is the assassination of Trump and the assassination of Biden to blame us. And so we should ask ourselves, what do we do if they kill Trump or kill Biden? That's a big debate that should happen. This is just the start of the debate here. And then who would replace Trump? And I agree with you. If you look at Governor DeSantis, he's got Republican backing. He says all the right things. I wish he was for real. But with Jeb Bush in your corner and Karl Rove, can't trust him. A lot better than Democrats overall, but can't trust him. And Vivek Ramaswamy, like an AI. You had the perfect analogy of him last segment. If you said, what's an AI of Alex Jones, Stu Peters, Tucker Carlson, and President Trump, it would be Vivek Ramaswamy. And I want to believe he's real. I want to believe that Elon Musk is real. But the backstory's so bad, you can't turn your back. Maybe they've joined us. Maybe they've jumped ship. We've got to be ready for that. But at the same time, there are so many people that have been stayed true and told the truth. That's who we've got to overall support. We can't put our faith in a Vivek Ramaswamy. And so who else is there? I think RFK Jr. is pro-abortion. He admits he is. I hate that.
Yeah.
They did kill his dad. They did kill his uncle. And they hate him. They've been attacking him for the 29 years I've been on air. They've been attacking him at least. So I don't think he's one of them, but he's his own creature that I don't totally agree with. And I think they'll kill him too, or they're not letting him into the different state elections. The Democrats aren't having a debate. So that's basically rigged. So I think we can't put our trust in these politicians. I think it's the governors, the legislatures, the school councils. I think it's we, the people, saying we don't comply. We pull out of this, and we recognize we have an occupied, captured government. I think the surest group to trust is God working through we, the people. What do you think?
Well, I think you're absolutely right. We have to be the plan. And so if we're a country at war, if we're participating in this fifth generation warfare, we're the victims of it. It's being perpetuated by this murderous crime syndicate that calls itself a government. Been over this over and over again. So what is the plan for we the people? If we're going to be the plan, what does that look like? I mean, what physically do people do? What would you instruct everybody watching to go and do?
I mean, this may sound cheesy to some new viewers, but for anybody that's been in a foxhole, they're no atheist. The first thing is to pray. First time you wake up in the morning is what I do, and before I go to bed. And sometimes I wake up at 3 a.m., I can't sleep. I get on my knees, because it's like you're getting past your arrogance, getting past any pretense that you're in charge. I get on my knees, on the ground, and like last night I woke up at 3:30 in the morning. Couldn't go to sleep, went and got a glass of water, took a piss, went and got on the bedroom, on the rug, and got down and said, God, what do I do? And God said, expose false flags, expose the fact that people need to get close to God, and pull out of the system. Don't support any big globalist corporations. Support mom. I mean, literally, I'm like, this is what God was telling me to do. And just get closer to God. And then through that discernment, through that plugging into God, who's above the globalist, we will be given the direction we need. So I think it really comes down to that Trump's not going to save us. DeSantis isn't going to save us. Biden's not going to save us. We know that. And really then asking God what to do. And if you do that, your brain turns on and suddenly you know what to do. But grow gardens, spend time with your family. Don't be part of the system. Speak out everywhere. They try to do masks. They try to do lockdowns. Stand up to them and just be heard. Go to city council, go to the school boards, go to the state houses, run for office, start your own talk shows. Just everybody, whether you reach 100 people or 1 million people, if everybody stands up that's awake, of every race, color, and creed, the globalists can't win. If the people realize that there's no safety net, the social contract's been broken, and if we simply start realizing we're in a war, we're under attack, then it's game over. Because it's not like I love football, I love baseball, I love going to a basketball game, I love playing pool with the buddies, drinking a case of beer. But you can't do that right now when this is all going down. You have to make it the main focus that there's fifth generational warfare takeover, and you've got to first admit you're in a war. And then out of that admission, your brain will shift into the mode. I mean, I remember being 20 years old, and I'd grown up with family that was high-level Iran-Contra and everything else, and I just heard in the background about the New World Order and the globalists and the cashless society. And that was just, oh, that's my uncle, that's my dad, that's my family, that's my grandfather. You know, I'd go to a family reunion. It was like a, Soldier of Fortune reunion. But they were really right. They were good people that had been in the government and systems. And so I knew this threat was coming. I was just a regular guy from Texas. And in what I've done in 29 years is amazing. It's not that I'm that amazing. It's that the truth is that amazing. And so other people don't need to be on a 29-year trajectory to get here. Like, you were a bounty hunter and a hardworking guy. You've been doing this 4 or 5 years. You're already right at the top of the game. Everything's accelerated now. Everything's compacted now. Everything is quicker now. And so whereas it took me 29 years to get where I'm at, people sitting out there, you may be a black woman or a white guy or a Native American, it doesn't matter what color you are, if you know this truth and you get involved and you get engaged, your path is going to be accelerated. And so we're entering this amplified period right now.
I think I agree 100%. What about accountability for the people that have done this to us? I'm in favor of extreme accountability. I'm on the record talking about, very fast, speedy trials, Nuremberg 2, Washington trials 1.0. And when these people are found guilty, I'm in favor of the death penalty. What say you?
Exactly. I'm not a vengeful person, and vengeance belongs to God, but we're God's instruments here. So I don't want to go blow things up or kill Fauci or any of that. I want to take back our state houses. Got a lot of great lawsuits and criminal charges, not by the globalists and by Jack Smith, but by legislatures and people in Louisiana and Missouri. We need to realize we're the victims of a bioweapon attack. We need to continue to expose what they've done, continue to indict them in the public court opinion, which they've been destroyed in. I mean, you'll have a Bill Gates clip on Instagram with 10 million views, and they'll have 100,000 comments, and literally 999,000 are against him. So convict him in the court of public opinion, and then take back the government and let them know there will be retribution. You will be tried, and then you will be hung publicly. And not because I'm into carnage, not because I'm into violence, but because you killed a bunch of people and other criminals that think they can do this again, like Nazis at Nuremberg. We need to break your necks on television and watch them shit their pants and die.
Yes.
Because they've killed so many innocent men, women, and children, and they need to know, and future criminals need to know, you try this again, we're going to break your neck.
Absolutely. Real quickly, before we let you go, there has been, speaking of discernment and talking with God, there's been something really heavy on my heart and on my mind here over the last couple of days. And I've had some conversations in private, off the air, with people that I know, people that I trust. Inside baseball type stuff. I know you don't want to really get into it, but what do you think is the possibility that there is no 2024 election, Alex?
Well, that's the big buzz. No, I mean, I think they want to launch a full hot war with Russia. They may crash the stock market, Black Swan, October, November. I mean, look, you already saw them launch a bio attack on us. You already saw them burn down Lahaina. You already saw them open the borders up. Yeah, no, I think it's very reasonable to know political assassination, canceling elections. They're testing the emergency alert system. I mean, I think if they know these indictments don't work and they know all this other crap doesn't work, absolutely, they may just shut the power grid down and say the Russians did it. And I said that 2 years ago, and now they're like, the right wing works with the Russians and they're going to cut the power off. No, the globalists are going to cut the power off. So I think everybody should know that the enemy's losing, but they're not going to give up. So every moment we have on air still to reach millions of people and warn them when it goes dark, everybody word of mouth through human intelligence then has to get the word out. And it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican, you're going to be screwed by the New World Order. You're going to have everything you've built taken from you. So to the leftist, I reach out to the prodigal sons and I say, why would you sign on to your own destruction? Stop pretending you're the chosen ones. Stop pretending you're the winners by serving this. You know where we're going stinks. It's a black hole. Pull out of it now and pray that we pull back. And there's a lot of whistleblowers, a lot of good people, but that kind of compacts it because The more we gain momentum, the more the enemy gets desperate. And so they've had so much success and they've not been defeated yet that I think they're a little bit blind. And they've got some blind spots, the establishment does, of how bad they're already beaten. I mean, seriously. I was on Joe Rogan's show like 2 years ago, and a day after they said, Jones lied on Rogan and said 80% of people that take the experimental shot got sick. He was on NBC News saying it. And Joe put up a video that got like 20 million views, and I read it for days. You couldn't find one comment for Bill Gates or Fauci. And you see that duplicated. They've already lost. It's like Terminator. Skynet's already blown, folks. But can they send back a Terminator to stop us now and blow up everything before we have the full victory? All they can do now is nuclear war or cut the power off or something big. They've already lost, and that's why we're in so much danger. And so to everybody out there, whether you're black, old, Jewish, German, Christian, Easter Bunny, it doesn't matter. You are under globalist attack. You better decide right now whether you want to go on living, because we're not in Kansas anymore. Anybody that's got half a brain can see it. We are in game time right now. And that's why The Truth Lives with Stu Peters and at Infowars.com/show. And everybody should share these forbidden videos, share this show, share my show, and tell people, hey, The Truth's at Infowars.com. The Truth is Stu Peters. Pass it on. And that's the chain reaction that's got to happen now. If you can't feel it at a deep level, if you can't see it intellectually, if you can't temporally understand this, then you have no hope. But I believe in humanity, and I believe we've gone through so much, Stu, that we can come together now and stop this. But there's not much time. The sun is setting on humanity. We've got to make the decision right now.
On fire. Alex Jones. Can we sit down together in person? We got to do that. We've got to sit down in person. There's so much.
I think that's end of that dialogue. A lot of good points brought out in that dialogue. Some things, some bones that maybe definitely spit out. But I believe, again, the Gentiles, they have their part to play in this, and they've been lied to the same way we've been lied to. And they have access to information we don't have access to, and we have access to information they don't have access to, being that the oracles of God were given to the children of Israel, right? So I look at it as, hey, they believe in Christ and they, are for the good of man, then, hopefully at some point, who knows, we cross paths and are able to give them the true gospel of Christ, right? And we're all in this together, helping each other out. Even the scriptures tell you the Gentiles will come to the help and aid of Jacob, right? So, but speaking about the devil's devices, because of course the psychological warfare is just as crazy as the biological warfare. Speaking of biological warfare, I have a video here. Whether manipulation is happening and it's poisoning you. So let's talk about more of the prince of the power of the air, his devices. We have a former Air Force soldier here, Kristen Megan, speaking about also what's going on in the air in regards to chemtrails. Okay, let's check this out.
I did air sampling, I conducted soil sampling, and I was getting high levels of these contaminants. When I started asking the question again under a new commander, I never in my life thought I would have somebody look me in the face and tell me, is there something wrong with you? You've been looking really depressed lately. I can put you under a mental evaluation for up to 120 days. Who would take care of your daughter? Because I was divorced at the time. As soon as I heard that, I knew. It validated everything I ever thought. And I thought, I've spent 9 years of my life trying to protect human health, and here we are, violating law after law after law. Just sitting here, instead of protecting the people, we are poisoning the people. And you ask yourself, if this is true and we are spraying the people, where are the pilots? Where are the people? I don't know if you pay attention, but look at Snowden. Look at Manning. People don't come forward because these supposed Whistleblower Act protections that you have are not enforced, they're not supported, and they really don't exist. Geoengineering is occurring, it's been occurring, it is not new, and your tax dollars are funding this. So it is unethical every day for all the other people that are out there that work in preventive health or even physicians that aren't speaking about this. They need to. The biggest hurdle that we have is disinformation sites. I never say them, but I'm going to today, so that you know if anyone ever gives these to you as a reference to debunk you, it's Metabunk and Contrail Science. Those are two websites that are ran by a government shill named Mick West. He is a computer gaming programmer who tries to tell you about persistent contrails. So somebody who isn't even credentialed in chemistry or physics or ecology, none of that, is trying to tell you that you're crazy. You have to understand that I have met people who used to be purposeful disinformation trolls, as we call them. These people are paid to get you on board to believe a website or an article. So I just want everyone to know and understand that of all things, of all the freedoms that we are losing, geoengineering is the #1 issue that we are facing. Because you can have guns and money and you can have everything. If you don't have food and water and you are dying of respiratory or neurological illnesses, what does it matter? So you've heard about vaccines and you'll hear, about smart meters and you'll hear about other issues. These are all systemic effects. We are getting overexposed to toxins. People will tell you fluoride's in the water, but it's not a lot. It is a lot because you're getting it everywhere in your food, water that you drink, and you're getting it in your vaccines. Our bodies cannot metabolize these toxins.
December 8th, 2014. My cousin, who was fired by our dictator just before making rank withheld, sent me information given to him by a friend who is still an Air Force pilot. This pilot is saying that he flies chemtrail flights. This pilot told my cousin that this global geoengineering effort goes by the name of, quote, Indigo Skyfold, unquote. At least within the circle of pilots and aviation crews that he works with, they are told to fly specific routes, and satellite comm links control the aerosol dispersal patterns. He says that they only make course corrections from time to time and perform landings and takeoffs. Pilot navigation and maintenance crews are rotated constantly and only spend about 18 months at one given base. He states that this is to keep pilots and their families from making too many friends and ending up with loose lips. They're told to simply do their job and shut the F up. First of all, I would like to say I do not agree with my mission assignments, but what soldier ever truly does? Several of us have considered bucking the ranks and going AWOL from time to time. We are kept in the dark when it comes to getting honest answers about what we are really spraying. Should they discover that we or our families are actively inquiring about your so-called chemtrails term, then automatic and swift disciplinary action will be taken. I would not intentionally spray my children or family with toxic aerosols, but as you must know, 80% or better do not have any family or children. Indigo pilots are chosen from the top ranks within the Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. Most of the pilots are, quote, hardened to humanity, unquote, and could care less about killing off unwanted or leeching aspects of America and the world. I swear to you, the majority of the pilots are like machines. I call them tanker terminators. We are paid more than any other pilot for our service, other than Air Force One pilots, who make as much or more and are kept in a dark secret world for their own protection.
So not only is geoengineering happening with the chemtrails, but also bioengineering and what is happening to our bodies. All right. So I want to deal with that as far as, where are we headed with all of this? Going back to, before we get to our bodies, going back to how they plan to make Hawaii the first U.S. state to run entirely on clean energy, a smart city, 15-minute city. All right, I want to deal with that first, and I want to deal with this map and how it connects with this map here, this UN map of what they plan to be inhabitable land, and also with our from UN Agenda 21 to Agenda 2030 broadcast that we've done also, where we talked about this, right? It's all starting to take shape rather quickly with what they're doing. But I have a PDF here, a UNESCO publishing, United Nations educational, scientific, and cultural organization. So speaking of the UN, which is UNESCO, Natexplo Observatory, Smart Cities Shaping the Society of 2030. Okay, so talked about 2030 in this broadcast. Some of the people we've showed video of, and also in previous broadcasts. 2030. 2025 is their halfway measuring stick. The reason why you're seeing 2025 is it's the midpoint to 2030, where they're now, basically what you saw in 2020 will be child's play compared to what they have planned for going into 2025. But 2030 is the end game goal, where life is now totally transformed by this year and the end of this decade. So when we go in here, this is you see what year this was published. 2019, right before the lockdown, they published this. So this is the plan. This is what you're seeing happening in Lahaina, Maui. This is just the test, the test run phase of what they want to do across the whole U.S. So we have a preface here. It says 2/3 of the world's population will live in an urban environment by 2050. While several of the greatest challenges of our time have emerged in cities, cities also hold part of the answer. It is therefore essential to involve cities in our efforts to address issues such as growing inequalities, poverty, and discrimination, to environmental degradation, unsustainable water and energy use, and increased risk of natural and human-made disasters. So remember, Agenda 21 and Agenda 2030 is talking about sustainability. So they're saying our environment, our world has become unsustainable, and they have the answer with the smart cities to bring that sustainability. Okay, and it even mentions it here. Through its global networks of city-level actors, shrink this, city-level actors, and its multidisciplinary mandate, UNESCO has become a leading agency in the implementation of the new urban agenda and the 2030 agenda for sustainable development. There it is. So UNESCO has become a leading agency in this implementation, the new urban agenda. Also, you're talking about smart cities there. All right, when you talk about the new urban agenda. And that's why we like going into these white papers, because they're white papers. They put it all out there for the most part, a lot of it out there. Dropping down here, it says, as digital technologies play a growing role in the development of societies and the global economy, it is also important to articulate a holistic vision for a sustainable urban development and hyper-connected smart cities. Okay? They're looking for a holistic vision for sustainable urban development in hyper-connected smart cities. Okay? You're not going to be able to allow to get out these cities. It's trespassing. If you caught outside, they will have their robots, their satanic fallen angel technology waiting for you. All right, if you think you're going to get out. Drawing on the latest urban revitalization projects worldwide, this book is an attempt to provide local decision makers and citizens with a view of various models of smart cities implemented throughout the world and the different societal visions they imply. All right, let's see what we have here. For more than 10 years, the Natexplo Observatory has studied how technology is impacting society and business in every sector through the prism of its uses. We look at how individuals worldwide are adopting new practices and how digital tools are improving our private and work lives. We examine smart cities from the same angle. Digital tech is transforming our lives. And as a result, our protean cities, as they are constantly shaped by their population, culture, governance, and the health, mobility, energy, and security issues they face against the alarming global backdrop of climate change. So here it is. They're using a lot of terminology here. Climate change, digital tech transforming our lives. So therefore, we must bring in the smart city. Smart cities shaping the society of 2030 is based on innovations, ideas, and solutions identified in a vast range of cities and territories worldwide. Through overviews, exclusive analysis, and future prospects, the Natexplo Smart Cities Accelerator training program for city decision managers and the players in the smart city ecosystem, of which this book is a central component, is designed to give a frame of reference, offer inspiring examples, and map out new avenues. Just like technology, citizens' expectations are evolving at great speed. How can we reconcile the two across the world's very different cultures? Maybe smart cities, these vast open air labs, point the way to a new global civilization. So as they're tearing the world down, destroying the world, screaming, build back better, right? Great reset, new world order, all these things. They're burning the world down. They're building this new infrastructure in our environment while making the outside environment to that uninhabitable, or the actual thought or perception that it's uninhabitable. Then now you're going to have mankind rushing in to the smart cities for sanctuary. All right, excuse me. So coming back here to the table of contents, let me see. Something I wanted to hit on. There's a lot in this document that we'll get to. You got, look, the birth of the smart city. What will the new 2030 generations of smarter cities look like? So much in here, but this is what I wanted to drop down to. It even has the cyborg city ecosystem. Okay, cyborg cities, as well as cyborg people. Right, and this is what we're going to start to head into understanding. Why is all these things happening? Because this is the plan. All right, they're running concurrent. While they tear down this world, they're building the new world. While they tear down our old bodies, they're looking to build up new bodies where it's all going to mesh. And this was identified in the NASA white paper, Future Warfare. When you go to page 2, the bots, Borgs, and humans welcome you to 2025 AD. All right. Now, this was 2001 when this was published. So over 20 years ago, they've been planning this for a long time. It's just now we're in the decade where they were looking to make the greatest leaps as far as technology, agenda-wise, accelerating all of their plans now that we are here at this stretch run. But I want to come down here to cyborg or human, because it's going to all work together. The cyborg city or the smart city is also going to work with the cyborg or human as well. All right. Let me find what I wanted to read here. It says here, with the cybernetic urbanization model, the major global electronic firms have clearly chosen the dataopolis option and not the participopolis. All right, now I'm still recording here, but the electricity just went out because of a storm. And so those that are online, those of you that are online, this will be a returning point that you can come to, which where it stopped, where you lost connection to this stream. For those that missed the information before I get back online, which at this point I don't know. My lights are back on, but I don't know how long it's going to take to get back online. But I'm going to keep going here. Let me make sure I'm still recording too. Okay, yeah, I'm still recording, so we're good. It says here, with this cybernetic urbanization model, the major global electronic firms have clearly chosen the dataopolis option and not the participolis alternative. In the choice already described by Francis Pisani in 2015 in his book, A Journey Through Smart Cities Between Dataopolis and Participopolis, basically meaning that you're not going to get the option to participate in this. You're going to have to participate. And a dataopolis, meaning a society strictly ran off of data, information, digital information. Okay. Let me see if my internet's back up here for you all. Doesn't show it to be back online. Let me see before I keep going. Okay, I'm connected here. Let me see my other computer. me see. Let me try it. Let me pull it up here. All right. Can you all hear me? All right. So it looks like it's back working. Having issue with my other laptop for whatever reason. I can't get it going for some reason to be able to know what's going on. But I pulled it up on this computer. It looks like everything is going here. So a storm came, lightning. I mean, of course, we haven't had rain in months, and all of a sudden a storm decides to come in, lightning strikes. So we know who felt like heaven, who felt like lightning out of heaven, and we know who the prince of the power of the air is. So, but anyways, just tell people to refresh, and they should be able to see me. They should be able to see everything going on here. But for those that missed the part where I kept going, because this is recorded, you can always go back. You only missed a few seconds. You didn't miss much. But picking back up in this smart city document, basically we talk about a dataopolis and a partisaopolis, meaning that you're not going to get the choice to participate in this smart city. And it's going to be a city that is ran strictly by data, information, right? Digital information of the person. All right, I'm going to restart my laptop here, because it's going to mess with me if I cannot see myself making sure everything is good at the same time while I'm streaming. And of course, we have the rain happening right now, so we might hear some noise there. But let's see. Okay, so it says here, is this city modernization perceived in advance and then experienced by the majority of citizens as an improvement in their quality of life? So by choosing this smart city model, will the pilots gain sufficient support from the population to ensure the re-election of politicians and to assure urban managers that the population will behave responsibly? So by offering this single method or this single model of 100% technological cybernetic city in the catalog, according to an anonymous global standard, decided and implemented top down, will the suppliers of urban modernization be reassuring enough for these other actors, especially the decision makers? So these are some of the questions. All right. And of course, all this is looking to be determined by 2030. All right. Talks about a new future for the city. Today, a choice needs to be made between the neo-cybernetic temptation of a robot city. Right? So it's not that people are going to be able to be in these robot cities and be normal people. All right? You're going to have to be changed to be able to be compatible with the robot city, with the cyborg or the smart city. So all this we're going to talk about. This is continuing in with the fact that we wrestle not with flesh and blood. All right, we're not wrestling with flesh and blood here. We're dealing with things on a whole nother level, and what they're trying to turn our world into is a digital, basically a corpse of itself, a host for the invisible and digital world to host everything. Everything of our world will be hosted. Everything will be hijacked, from our environment to even us as people. We are all now hijacked. All right. All right, let's come back here. I got my laptop back working. Let me pull. Okay, yeah, that knocked out even my other computer to be able to even connect to the internet once it came back online. So you already know what's going on, family. Uh-oh. Went out again. Oh, boy. Went out again. So let me just keep going here. It says here, this conception of the smart computing city is part of the broader dynamics of the digital revolution, at least in its current mainstream design and promoted by the same digital multinationals. This technological revolution is not limited to modifying organizations, logistics, and methods by proposing rationalizations and facilitations of management to executives and of lifestyle to individuals in their private lives, working and social spaces. Digital technology is a new culture that introduces a double revolution, social and psychological. And it goes into zero interface, zero decision, zero human. It says here, zero human. Artificial intelligence networks in permanent co-learning by deep machine learning could well replace humans in many areas, without going as far as the dystopia of singularity, software intelligence becoming the living species superior to to Homo sapiens, who would lose their masters of the world status. The NETEX Plo Observatory listed many trades potentially threatened because of relative human incompetence compared to robots and algorithms. And that is what is envisaged by the smart cyborg city of human things, where resident users would become cyborg citizens, a network of human objects modeled according to the standards of the hidden commander AI. Crazy. And, you know, I probably want to let the internet come back up here, because I know people want to see this right here live as we finish out this broadcast here. Let me see. Yeah, still recording. Waiting for the internet to come back online. Looks like it's coming back. Okay, so should be back. Yeah, it was the second time. As soon as everything came back, lightning struck again, electricity went back out. So you could not make this stuff up. But for those that have missed it, this is recorded. So the broadcast in its entirety will be uploaded on Odyssey, where you can watch it all the way through, straight through. I think Twitter's probably going to have bits and pieces from when it started and stopped, so you won't be able to watch it all the way through on Twitter. I mean, on Twitch, but you will be able to on Odyssey. But let me show you all what I just read. Okay, let me show you all what I just read. It says a social cultural disruption, where it talks about zero interface, zero decision, and zero human. This is crazy. Zero interface, the progressive dematerialization of interfaces, sensors, eyes, and ears of the digital world, which allow both in situ protection and individual services at the expense of panoptic omni surveillance. In other words, Big Brother and Godfather all in one. Now drop down here to where it says zero human. This is where I was talking about. You're not going to be able to operate on the grid and still be the same person and the same biological makeup that you are today. There's going to have to be a conversion. So that's where zero human comes in. It says artificial intelligence networks, which we know are demons. We know as the demon, the alien intelligence, and permanent co-learning by deep machine learning could well replace humans in many areas without going as far as the dystopia of singularity, software intelligence becoming the living species superior to Homo sapiens, who would lose their masters of the world status. The NITEX-PLO Observatory listed many trades potentially threatened because of relative human incompetence compared to robots and algorithms. And that is what is envisaged by the smart cyborg city of human things, where resident users would become cyborg citizens, a network of human objects modeled according to the standards of the hidden commander AI. So we're going to come back to this document in the future because I just ran across it recently. Smart cities shaping the society of 2030. So part of that shaping the society of 2030 isn't just our environment or our infrastructure, but also involves shaping us. So we know that they're looking to implement this map to where you're not going to be able to live off grid. And for you to be compatible to only live in their smart cities, right, there's going to have to be a change that was made, that's made, so that you can now be received by the smart city. All right, and that takes us into what happened. What was the biggest leap in all this for us to make that change? Well, 2020 hit, the beginning of the decade leading into 2030. What happened? We had a so-called happen, where the whole world shut down over a supposed disease that was 99.9% survivable, whose symptoms were the exact symptoms of the flu. The flu disappeared in 2020, and this new disease called, which started out as became the boogeyman disease that had flu symptoms and a 99.9% chance of surviving. Well, following that on its heels came the shot, the injection. Let's take a look here at what this injection is said to be by the horse's mouth. It says here off of the Health Care Technology Report, because what they're doing is they're merging healthcare and technology together. They're doing this through the healthcare. In order to get access to the body, you have to go through healthcare. So Moderna develops the software of life with help from Amazon Web Services. This is February 11th, 2020. Now, this was before the lockdown. The lockdown happened in March of 2020. So a month before the lockdown, look at what Moderna is boasting. The software of life. Let's see what this software of life, and in conjunction with Jeff Bezos' Amazon. It says Moderna Therapeutics is working with Amazon's cloud service, Amazon Web Services, to deliver a new class of medicines. What does Amazon got to do with medicine? It says here the Cambridge, Massachusetts-based biotechnology company has already undergone clinical trials with mRNA, molecules that convey genetic information from DNA to ribosome to develop personalized therapies for a wide range of diseases, including cancer, infectious diseases, and rare liver diseases. Notably, the company has called mRNA and its drug development process the software of life. So they're calling mRNA a software. Check it out. What is mRNA? mRNA, the M stands for messenger. What is a messenger? Well, angels are also called messengers. So let's put this together. Angels are called messengers. Okay, angels had children with women who became giants. Those giants died in the flood, became demons. The demons, who would be the evil spirits, are now said to be the artificial intelligence. And now they're calling this mRNA a software medicine. So demons being injected into your body to take control of your body, and is a software. So this would be the biggest jump. They've been prepping our bodies for a long time for the change through the chemtrails, the food, the water. Okay. And so now the biggest jump would come in this decade pursuit to 2030, this race to 2030, would be getting the whole world to participate in this experiment called COVID-19 and the injection that would come with it to now get this software of life injected into you. Okay, so now that we see that, the WEF put out a white paper on the importance of human centricity and data, January 2021. So within the year of the lockdown, hadn't even reached a year yet, the World Economic Forum is releasing this document. We're seeing the other documents, the Smart Cities document, calling for human cyborgs to be on the cyborg cities. We're seeing the Moderna, which is mode RNA, developing the software of life. Well, what is this importance of human centricity and data? It says here, preface. This primer on human centricity represents the first output of the Empowered Data Societies project, which is due to be piloted in Helsinki in 2021, together with a multi-stakeholder project community that includes business, academics, civil society, organizations, and government representatives. The project seeks to explore a new human-centric model, right? A new human-centric model, right? A model for a new human being, from public and private perspectives for improving data availability to empower communities and societies. Importantly, human centricity can serve as a useful route towards increased innovation and business-facing opportunities. Talking about it is a game changer in terms of unleashing the latest potential in data to empower societies. So with this software, they have the ability to map the human body out and to understand and gather the data of you as an individual. That's what this software now is allowing them to tap into to gain access to that data, that DNA, that human marker, that genetic code. So this is what this is saying, without necessarily saying it outright, but this is what they're letting us know, for those that are able to connect the dots, what's being conveyed here. It says it offers groundbreaking consequences for the availability, usability, and quality of data for any person or organization, public or private. Far from being in conflict with the aims of business, human centricity can drive new paradigms and ideas for innovation, capitalizing on the possibilities that better data availability can unleash for societies. So they're on a mass scramble for data. Okay. When it comes to people. All right. It talks about the digital age. Check this out. It says a human-centric approach is one that makes central the following: that people have the right to determine without any kind of coercion or compulsion what happens to them. In the digital age, it can be compellingly argued that the data generated about us, including our social existence and our community at large, is deeply connected with the lived personhood of any and every human being. Consequently, new digital human rights are emerging, and the human-centric paradigm is predicted on these rights. So now it's going into the digital human, us becoming digital beings. And now, because we're becoming digital beings in this transition, in this conversion, we now have to establish what are the digital human rights. Okay, so in a nutshell, what this is letting us know is there is a conversion happening here of people into digital beings, and there is data being gathered. And now, what will your rights be with this integration, with the digital integration? All the while they are injecting us with software. And when I say us, I don't mean, those that took the shot, those that are taking mRNA vaccines, and now they're even looking and have been doing the animals, pigs and whatnot, with the mRNA injections also. So one way or the other, they're trying to get the mRNA inside our bodies, and no telling what they're spraying, but through the chemtrails. But all this is designed to make the change, to change us over to be compatible with the smart cities that they are creating. All right. And so, speaking of the UN, we have the UN 100 here, remaking the world, the age of global enlightenment. Okay, so on and on and on, we see them putting their plans. This is the direction they're going. They're not being bashful as far as what their plans are, what they're looking to change us and this world into. Okay, I'm going to read a little bit of this here. So they're calling this, they're building an age of global enlightenment. That's what they call, that's what they're calling this, an age of global enlightenment. As they change our environment and change us as people, we're coming into the age of global enlightenment. It says, we are writing to you with a mission to create a new era of global enlightenment in the run-up to the 100th anniversary of the United Nations in 2045. Okay, so the United Nations was created in 1945. The same year, World War II came to an end. They came with the United Nations just in time to give that land over there, okay, to the Jewish people in 1948. It says this is a unique opportunity for us to come together and make a lasting impact on the world in all aspects of human possibility and achievement. It says we strongly believe we are moving towards an artificial intelligence world society. All right. Again, we're moving into a invisible. We're merging realms. This is what Baruch was speaking about. The multitude of the portents and the incursion of the Shadim. There is an alien invasion happening. Artificial intelligence is the demon. So that realm is now merging in with our realm to become a host, a whole world being hijacked and hosted by the demon. This is what their plan is. An artificial intelligence world society where AI assistants can address so many of the preoccupations of our everyday lives, allowing people-led innovation and creativity to transform our world and drive progress in every sphere of society and true liberation of human flourishing and enlightenment. So they're calling this enlightenment as we shift to an AI world where we all become part of the AI. We are now being enlightened. This is Satan. This is what Albert Pike spoke about. Mankind embracing the pure doctrine of Lucifer in the end. What he promised Adam and Eve in the garden by eating of this fruit, you will be as gods. This is that enlightenment that they're now bringing mankind under, making us, or looking to make mankind in the image of Satan and destroying the image of God. Okay, so there's a lot there. For time, I'm just going to go through some of these things here. We have the IEEE, another company we need to, organization we need to be focusing in on here. Advancing technology for humanity. Okay, so this is all in advance in technology. This is all that matters to them, is advancing technology towards the machine, the AI. It says IEEE and its members inspire a global community through highly cited publications, conferences, technology standards, and professional and educational activities. Okay, so this is the world they're looking to create. All right, you can even go in here and read their mission and vision. Their mission statement, core purpose is to foster technological innovation and excellence for the benefit of humanity. Their vision, they will be essential to the global technical community and to technical professionals everywhere, and be universally recognized for the contributions of technology and of technical professionals in improving global conditions. And here are some of their social media platforms, YouTube, things you can watch. So what are some of the things that they are, in particular? Okay, we're going to watch a video here, and then we're going to go into some more information on the particulars on where they're headed with all this. We have a video here, their vision, how life will look in 2050.
Since the turn of the century, technology has rapidly improved. Our reality is now filled with things that were mere dreams in the past few decades. Seeing how the past has unfolded, I was curious about what the next 30 years would look like. So I did a little digging into what life might look like in 2050 for us. Let's take a look. Nanotechnology. First, let's take a look at nanotechnology. Over the years, scientists have made exciting developments and discovered numerous innovative applications for nanotechnology. As it stands, nanotechnology has the potential to change life as we know it. Experts in the field believe that nanobots will, in the future, be fitted into our brains to connect us to the virtual world more readily and faster. With the use of brain-computer interface technology, the mind and computer will be one, making humans very powerful beings with access to endless information and solutions to problems that the mind wouldn't be able to solve.
The mind and computer will be one. So how do they get to this place? We got to ask ourselves, how do we get to a point? How do we get here where the mind and computer will be one? Well, that's what we're talking about. The messenger RNA is the beginning step to get us in our bodies prepped to become one with the machine, with the Borg.
Us to the virtual world more readily and faster. With the use of brain-computer interface technology, the mind and computer will be one, making humans very powerful beings with access to endless information and
making humans very powerful beings. What does that sound like? Doesn't that sound like Satan in the garden and what he promised Eve? For you will be as gods, knowing both good and evil, powerful beings. And look at this. This is what they're selling you. You'll be able to pull the internet up real time in your mind to see the holograms all in your brain. You won't need screens. Your brain will be the screen. Your eyes will be the screen.
Solutions to problems that the mind wouldn't be able to solve. If nanotechnology reaches that stage, there may be no need for gadgets like phones and calculators. Well, this is very exciting for the student of the future. Looks like math will not be a universal challenge much longer. 3D print technology. The next tech advancement that we can expect in the future is the rise of 3D print technology. 3D print technology is already advanced, but we can expect it to be even more advanced in 2050. Right now, we have 3D printed tools and homes. In the future, we will be able to print more tools and perhaps even some modes of transportation if bigger machines are built. This technology will also become more accessible to everyone who may want a 3D printer, making the possibilities of what can be printed infinite. If the current
And what they're talking about in a lot of the stuff we've gone over is they're looking to 3D print human organs. Once they started the change and making you change over to the cyborg, now they'll be able to 3D print organs for you. All right. So no more needing a live specimen or any of those things for an organ. No, we'll just 3D print you a synthetic organ, a machine, a augmented organ for you to have.
Trend of open source 3D printable files continues, it will not be long before everyone prints their own large objects like furniture and weapons. Well, here's an idea. How about developing an affordable 3D printer for food? That could be the end of world hunger.
Oh, and they're also going to 3D print food. I wonder what that'll be made out of. This will end world hunger. You don't have to worry about eating what the Most High created out of the earth that he told us to eat. No, they're going to synthetically 3D print food, and that's going to be what you're going to eat, the Soylent Green.
Despite global warming. Medical. Now we go from the extinction of phones to the eradication of death. Well, by 2050, the finality of death may be a thing of the past. With the brain connected to a computer through BCI technology, the information stored in our brains can be transferred into a hard disk like...
Oh yeah, your brain hooked up to the machine, to the board. That's the goal. That's the end game goal. Give Satan full access to that brain.
Computer files. That means the data, including memories, can be retrieved and uploaded into another being, maybe a more advanced humanoid robot.
Your consciousness can be uploaded into a whole another being. This is what they're promising you with this technology.
computer through BCI technology, the information stored in our brains can be transferred into a hard disk like computer files. That means the data, including memories, can be retrieved and uploaded into another being, maybe a more advanced humanoid robot. This way, the best minds in every field will be preserved and able to continue working on innovations. Another improvement to consider in the medical field is that serious diseases like cancer will be cured. The only downside to this development is that every new technology is very expensive when it first comes out, so the rest of us may not have access to this literally life-saving technology for a while. Transportation. Something that we may have access to is transportation. In 2050, transportation will have immensely changed. With experimentation focused on self-driving cars already underway from car manufacturers such as Tesla, it is not much of a stretch to believe that by 2050, the technology for fully automated vehicles will exist.
So everything will be under the control of the AI. Your whole environment will be AI controlled, including the person. The person will no longer have control. You'll be under the control of the AI. This is the future by 2050 that they envision.
Notable advantages of such automated vehicles include a drastic reduction in traffic-related deaths because the vehicles will collaborate with traffic control systems. Another advantage is the change in lifestyle that self-driving vehicles will bring. With no need to man a vehicle, people will be free to choose whether to relax or be more productive as they travel. A lot of free time, considering the amount of time spent in traffic. Another interesting development is the Hyperloop One project by Elon, which aims to move the bulk of public transportation underground.
And of course, the man of the hour, Elon, he always seems to be wherever Bill Gates is not, he is, and sometimes they're both there. Right.
Time, considering the amount of time spent in traffic. Another interesting development is the Hyperloop One project by Elon.
Yep, there he goes. So he's everywhere this agenda is, he's right there in the middle of it. Him and Bill Gates.
Which aims to move the bulk of public transportation underground. With the use of electromagnetic levitation at historic speeds of 310 kilometers per hour, this train presents the opportunity for a faster, cheaper, and cleaner mode of transportation. And if more people opt for it, then there will be even fewer traffic-related incidents. Fuel. Still on transportation, the fuel used in all future transportation modes will be renewable energy. Currently, the world is plagued by global warming and the threat of depleting natural resources, so we do need to be looking at adapting to a more sustainable source of energy. Now, Hyperloop One is exploring electromagnetic levitation, and
So the world is collapsing, and we need to be going to more sustainable methods. Fortunately for us, they have Agenda 21 for us, and sustainable development to lay all this stuff out to sustain us. And this is their plan on how to go about that.
automobile industry has also been looking for ways to reduce harmful vehicle emissions. These are all efforts aimed at achieving the goal of stopping the use of carbon-emitting fuels. Besides those, research is being done on the ocean's wind, solar, and thermal energy. One company in particular, Blue Rise, a specialist developer of ocean thermal energy conversion, is working on a project that could completely phase out the use of fossil fuels. Hopefully, Blue Rise and their colleagues will be successful soon enough to alleviate some of the environmental problems we face. Space exploration.
And of course, we could not mention space with the direction everything is going. Space.
Now, if there is one thing that has been mentioned as a mitigating option for our current environmental challenges, it's space exploration and colonization. Companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin are set on revolutionizing space technology, with goals of spatial exploration and ultimately enabling people to live on other planets in colonies. With all the strides already made, by 2050, space tourism will also be a reality for those who can afford it. The possibilities for holiday destinations will expand to include places like Mars and the Moon.
Imagine going on holiday, going on vacation, and you get to travel to Mars or the Moon. Right? Total nonsense. And that's the beautiful thing about understanding the Bible. When we understand the Bible, we can't fall for none of this because we understand planets don't exist. There is no Mars. So this is all a lie. All right? You're being sold a false reality for a desired outcome, but they need your cooperation, right? That's the thing. They need your voluntary cooperation to get you on board and to help Satan get back out into the stars.
Fortunately, a trip to orbit will be significantly expensive, making it exclusive for the extremely wealthy, at least at first. Artificial intelligence. Something that may be available for everyone is artificial intelligence. Already more advanced than most of the innovations mentioned here, the development of artificial intelligence will only get better through the years. Experts in the field believe that AI will surpass the processing power of living brains. That wouldn't be scary if it didn't open the door to the robopocalypse. Luckily, scientists still have to figure out how to impart all the important human values into an AI before it can become a part of our everyday life. But the rise of AI will, of course, change the face of the workforce. Not only that, but the job market will also face radical change, and with the way things are going, about half of the world's current jobs will be extinct, taken over by AI machines and robots. In 2050, the world will be more interconnected and even more driven by data than it is now. Some of us will definitely need to consider a career change. Education. As the job market changes, education will also see some significant changes. Already there has been an increase in digital learning, especially during the pandemic. By 2050, completely digital schools will be commonplace. Even if we have physically attended schools, they will have no need for books, using tablets and laptops instead. For higher education, experts believe that more than 70% of the student population will be enrolled in online degrees, making education more globalized. A rather welcome step in the right direction if we are to make good education accessible to all, I believe. Online degrees may even be taught by AI-powered robots. At that time, I imagine the robots will be able to prepare course material, give lectures, and mark assignments. Sadly, you may be unable to twist your lecturer's arm, so they give you a deadline extension. The metaverse. Now we move on to the metaverse. Since Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg announced it, virtual reality and AI have been assimilated into our everyday life through the social media giant. For those who may be a bit confused about the metaverse, you're not alone, and you've come to the right place. The metaverse is a virtual reality computer-generated environment in which you can interact with other users through AI-enabled software. So it's about simulation, with avatars representing users. As metaverse functions get more developed, by 2050 it will be able to offer a full virtual experience that includes shopping to travel right from the comfort of your own home.
So this is them looking to take us into the demonic realm. Meta actually means death in the Hebrew. So they're taking you into the realm of the dead while making you believe you're going into this utopia reality, alternative to the reality we're in, where you can go and have fun. No, they're taking you into the realm of the dead. Hell.
People will have the option to share their virtual experiences with the world. Imagine taking a trip to your favorite holiday destination with your family, only you're not physically there. That's what the metaverse will offer. It seems to me like the more we get connected, the more we stay apart. Money. Next is money. Even though we will still use money, one thing that has been used less and less over the years is cash. Keeping up with that trend, cash will most likely no longer be used in 2050. All transactions will be done virtually, and new modes
of course, if everything else is going digital, why would cash not also be going digital? How would we have the mark of the beast without the digital currency to go along with the digital everything else? The digital cities, the digital person, and the ability to buy and sell in that society through the digital payment.
Financial transactions will emerge because of AI and decentralized finance. As the world slowly starts to adopt those technologies, we may not even have to do our own grocery shopping anymore, making traditional paper and plastic money even less useful. Like Tesla, which orders its own car parts as needed, our automated pantries and refrigerators may order our groceries. No more getting the wrong milk, or even running out of milk. Real estate. Speaking of the automation of home appliances, the homes in 2050 will also be completely automated smart homes. Although smart homes already exist, the developments that will be available in the next few decades will be a great improvement to what we have now. Smart homes in 2050 will have full AI activation functions, allowing the home to sense our moods and requirements without giving it a single command.
And of course, if you're going to have the smart city, you have to have the smart homes that are built onto the smart city.
Additionally, interactive hologram televisions will exist, meaning that you can verbally call up your hologram TV and it will appear right in front of you. The best part? You will never have to look for the remote again, because you can control the TV with your mind using nanotechnology, as discussed at the beginning of the video.
You will control the TV with your mind using nanotechnology. The parasitical demons will allow you to have this vision.
So with that, we have come full circle in this video of exploring what our lives will look like in 2050. To be honest, this is just an exercise of imagination, and I realized that not everything discussed in this video will come true. However, you'd have to agree that none of this is too far-fetched either, as humanity has already planted the roots of many of these technologies. Anyways, one thing is for certain with how technology is progressing. I have no doubt that the world will be very different by 2050, but I do hope that our current societal systems and structures will be able to cope with these coming innovations. So, what do you think of these future innovations? Do you think this is what life will look like in 2050? Let me know in the comment section below. If you enjoyed this video, hit the subscribe button and continue watching by clicking.
Oh, make no bones about it. Life will definitely look different come 2050, if there ever is a 2050. And yes, mankind has already brought us to the place where this is very, very realistic. So, a couple more things here on this, just so we can see the direction that we're moving to get us to this place. Okay. While they're, again, destroying our world, they're laying the infrastructure and the technology to then take over, total takeover of the environment and of our bodies. So we have here off of nature.com, scientific reports, enabling covert body area network using electro quasi-static human body communication. All right. So it says here, radiative communication using electromagnetic fields amongst the wearable and implantable devices act as the backbone for information exchange around a human body, thereby enabling prime applications in the fields of connected healthcare. See how it's all being merged in with healthcare, electroceuticals, right? Pharmaceuticals that are now becoming electric, right? The nanotechnology. You also have neuroscience, augmented and virtual reality. All the things that they're using to bring us into this radiative communication between people, like telekinesis, telepathy. We're using the technology to communicate now, no longer verbally speaking the way we would typically communicate, using wearable and implantable devices. It says, however, owing to such radiative nature of the traditional wireless communication, EM signals propagate in all directions, inadvertently allowing an eavesdropper to intercept the information. In this context, the human body, primarily due to its high water content, has emerged as a medium for low-loss transmission termed human body communication. So this is what they're understanding and learning about the human body, and able to use this technology and merge it with the body to be able to produce these desired outcomes. In this case, the communication, because of the body's high water content, using the signals and the frequencies within the body. It says here, a method for localizing signals within the body using low frequency carrier-less broadband transmission, thereby making it extremely difficult for a nearby eavesdropper to intercept critical private data, thus producing a covert communication channel. So yeah, you don't want your data to be eavesdropped on. You want it to all go to the beast. You know, who would want the beast not to be getting all your information? The beast, you know, definitely doesn't want that information being intercepted by someone else. It needs all that information coming to it. Right? So they're going in and showing you what they plan to do. Wearables, implantables, injectables, ingestibles, and other on-body internet-connected devices, triggering the need for energy-efficient and secure mechanisms for information exchange, turning your body into an antenna or a router. Okay, to where now you're able to communicate through frequency from person to person and from person to the Borg. Okay, to the main hub. Looking to turn people into hubs, antennas, and routers. And no one is seeing this and having any issue of this being a problem. Everybody's looking at this as this is cool. This is going to be so great once we get this technology where we're all the way, all the way engulfed in this. All right. As the beast gives us more technology, mankind screams for more. Okay. And then how they're going to be able to allow this to, and this is February 2020, how they're going to be able to ubiquitously make this work, meaning make this seamless. You have 6th generation that they're discussing now, that they are working on and looking at the benefits of what they've so far have tested with the 6th generation cellular service. Cognitive radio network, application requirements, security issues, and key challenges. It says here, recently, 5G installation has been started globally. Funny that during the lockdown, the only people that were able to go outside were people that were working on the 5G infrastructure. It says here, different capabilities are in the consistent procedure like ultra reliability, mass connectivity, and specific low latency. Though 5G is insufficient to meet all the necessities of the future technology in 2030, right? So no matter where you go, they're all lockstep on this 2030. I'm getting this in place. And so on. Next generation information and communication technology is playing an important role in attraction of researchers, industries, and technical people. With respect to 5G networks, 6th generation CR networks are anticipated to familiarize innovative use cases and performance metrics, such as to offer worldwide coverage, cost efficiency, enhanced spectral energy improvement, intelligence, and safety. To reach such requirements, upcoming 6G CRNs will trust novel, empowering technologies. So what they're saying is that 5G isn't good enough. They need 6G. They need 6G. And, not saying that they can't do this with 5G, but as they get the technology, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep going. It's not like they get to a place and say, okay, we've got here, we're going to stop. No, they're going to keep going because the more technology means more power. It says here, 6G is decentralized, intended, intelligent, innovative, and distributed network. So this article has studied the 6G technology, and they're telling you how how it works, what it's going to affect, what it's going to bring about. So let's go through a couple of their things that they're saying when it comes to the 6G. All right. And there's a lot in here. Of course, artificial intelligence would not be able to get to where it needs to be without the 6G. All right. Get used to the artificial intelligence. Cognitive radio and wireless sensor networks. If things weren't wireless enough, expect more wireless with this technology. Okay, and we have a diagram here. Predicted 6G CR network communication. So it shows you basically everything connected through the 6G. Your smart hospital, your brain with the microchip, right? And the AI. Your human senses have now been surpassed by the brain microchip and the AI, taking your senses to a whole nother level. Why do you need those senses anymore when you have the brain chip? The smart cities, all the things connected through the smart city, right? Smart roads, smart home, autonomous cars, vehicles, underwater communication, virtual reality. Okay, so our whole reality being changed into something else other than what it is. Reality extended. Reality extended or extended reality facilities containing mixed reality, augmented reality, and virtual reality are key features of the 6G. In addition, they are providing perceptual needs of cognition, human sense computing, physiology, and storage. So we're talking about taking over the actual thinking and mind with all these concepts. And going back to 2 Corinthians 2:11, what is Satan looking to do? To get advantage of us is to be ignorant of his devices. What is that word device there? Mental perception. Okay, so he has to bring us into an alternative reality, a reality where a smart pops up called COVID-19, the flu disappears mysteriously, and we're supposed to believe that now that COVID-19 is this new disease that scared the flu away. It's got all the same symptoms as the flu, that a 99.9% survivability of this disease encounter is the worst thing in the world. Okay, you go to eat at a restaurant. If you take your mask off while you eat, it's not going to mess with you while you eat. But as soon as you get up from eating, you have to put the mask back on because it will come after you after that. Oh, but what about the smart wildfires? Oh, yeah, the same smart wildfires that don't burn trees, burn homes, burn cars that are sitting in the middle of deserts, middle of rocks and dirt. Okay. While they burn up, the grass doesn't burn up. The umbrellas don't burn up. Oh yeah, things that are blue, they don't burn. Ships in the water are on fire. Right? So we're dealing with smart viruses, smart fires. This is the reality that they would like us to believe. And all of what we learned our whole life that we know is sound science is now thrown out the window. And this is the new science. Oh yeah, we're going to put brains in your head because your brain isn't good enough. So you're going to become a smart human. Smart housing societies. Talked about the smart city. So now all the homes connected through the 6G. Reason why they come into your house and say, hey, sign up for 5G in your home, where you get the internet straight from the tower to your house, because they want all the homes connected through towers. Remember, everything's becoming wireless. No more fiber lines coming to your home, bringing the internet to your router. It's going to be coming in. The internet's going to be coming into your house through the tower, wirelessly. Information transfer of 5 human senses. Okay, we know you have sight, touch, hearing, smell, and taste. These 5 senses receive data will be remote transfer in 6G CR network communication. The neurological process by sensory integration is used in this process to detect sensation from the environment in the human body and effectively uses the body in the atmosphere and local environments. Brain-computer interface technology will excellently boost this application. So your 5 senses are not good enough. They need to be boosted. And they have the brain-computer interface to boost those senses. And then it goes into the brain-computer interface. Okay. It represents direct communication between external devices and the brain. It acquires brain signals which send the digital devices, interpret, and examine the signals into other movements. And as we're reading this, I wonder if anybody has asked himself that has heard of this utopia digital society in the future, that think that this is a good thing, just your everyday person. And if they ask themselves, where is all this information going? Like, is all this information is being gathered through the Neuralink and everything else digitally, because you've opened yourself up for total invasion. And that digital information is being sent somewhere from you. Where is it going? Who is it going to? Is it because you're constantly being scanned for digital information? It has to be going somewhere. Even when you're not doing anything, it's scanning and sending, scanning and sending. Where is it going? Nobody ever asked that question? And how are they infiltrating the body? Healthcare. Medical technology will benefit from the 6G. Okay. Because the artificial intelligence will assist in building intelligent healthcare systems. Basically, the artificial intelligence will be taking care of your surgeries and all your medical procedures. Okay. Long gone are the days of doctors that examine you and perform surgeries and everything else that doctors do. No, it's now all the AI powered by the 6G. Remote surgery. Okay. Internet of Everything is autonomous coordination and unified integration among many elements, computing elements, people, objects, devices, or sensors, and the internet using data and processing. Okay, everything connected to the internet. Everything. There will not be one single thing in their world that they're looking to bring this to pass where nothing is not connected to the internet. Okay, manufacturing and automation, AI-based automation with the 6G, industrial intelligence automation, right? Where we have a supply chain, optimization notation, additive manufacturing, autonomous equipment, Internet of Things, and data analytics. And see, this is the world that the devil must create to make the world in his image. It's totally perverted and warped from what God originally created, which would, you would think would make people understand that this is the devil at work. Only the devil would look to change what God has created naturally and say, you know what, it's not good enough. And this is how we make it better. This is how we make everything that's natural in our reality better through the machine, right? Through the opening up of the AI and uploading your brain to the virtual reality cloud is how we make things better. Nobody wants to take Christ and his resurrection of us being regenerated as the way of how we become having our better bodies and being better. Nobody wants that route, but this route, majority of people are going to go down this route. And of course, we couldn't do it without space. We got to have space connectivity. We got to have the internet in space. Terrestrial cellular offloading, freight tracking, UVA long-range condition, and atmosphere monitoring. So the internet in space and connecting space is going to allow them to monitor the atmosphere. At the end of this, the Internet of Space will serve as the main prospects technology for beyond connectivity for 6G. All right, so there's a lot of things here, but just letting you know what they're working on. They are relentless. They are getting mankind to buy into this and actually help work to bring this forward. The devil can't do it by himself. There's actually a diagram in this one where they even are showing you the intra-body wearables and implantables with the antennas, how the frequencies, they have it in your skin. Got your epidermis here, your layers below your skin. They're showing you how they're going to get this stuff in your body and make it happen. The smart person, they just need you to let them have access to you. So one more video, and then we're going to show, now that we're seeing a lot of what they're looking to do here. Where are we at right now as far as them getting to this? Like, where are we at right now? What phase are we at right now after we watch this next video called The First AI City?
The AI
of the future.
The AI city of the future, a city built around different levels of artificial intelligence, with a central AI brain that receives and sends data to all of the connected machines in the city, from the surveillance drones, the self-driving cars, to the drone delivery apartment buildings, and so much more. The streets have no lanes or traffic lights. The city AI creates an hourly digital road layout for the self-driving cars and vehicles. More lanes are created during rush hours, and streets are erased during weekends to create more pedestrian spaces. The digital road layout is also adjusted based on weather, construction, and special events. Buildings have been redesigned. Apartment buildings have drone landing pads on the roof where deliveries are made. A small elevator brings the package down into the building, and a robot collects it and delivers it to the person's door, where a robotic post box brings the package into the home. City streetlights have platforms on top where the drones are able to recharge. Online shopping fulfillment centers and warehouses are located in the middle of the city, acting as the heart of the city. They are housed in tall buildings with open windows that drones fly in and out of, collecting packages, just like a beehive. Parks in the AI city are equipped with robotic caretakers that maintain the green spaces and monitor air quality. With no more gas cars, the pollution in AI cities is down to almost zero. But the central AI uses drones to carefully monitor and watch for any spikes in air pollution around the city, especially around factories and construction sites. The drones also survey for spikes in noise pollution. Underground, crawling robots are monitoring the pipes. Garbage is analyzed and sorted at an AI recycling facility, keeping track of where it is coming from in the city. Self-driving garbage trucks are dispatched by the central AI based on real-time data. The AI City's public transportation system is a fleet of self-driving electric buses and subway stops. Cameras count the number of people waiting in line at each stop, and the central AI sends more buses and subway cars when needed. Predictive maintenance is used for city repairs. The central AI is able to predict when parts of the city need repairing before anything breaks and sends robot workers to the locations, from potholes and graffiti to streetlights and cracked building windows. Some cities analyze photos from social media feeds, monitoring to see if any maintenance is needed in any city areas, such as roads, parks, and sidewalks. The central AI brain manages the energy consumption within the city. Streetlights are fitted with sensors that adjust the brightness based on pedestrian traffic. The central AI has access to the batteries inside office and apartment buildings. It is able to store energy at night when demand is low and redistribute the energy to nearby buildings when demand is high during the day, creating microgrids within the city.
I am AI.
There are designated quiet zones throughout the city. It is an experimental project where specific areas in the city are AI-free zones, giving the humans a sense of freedom and peacefulness. Cameras around the perimeter of these quiet zones track who goes in and out. The airspaces above are no drone fly zones. There are no robots or self-driving vehicles allowed inside, except at night for maintenance. The spaces are open, free, green pastures for the humans.
I am AI.
I am AI. Wow. So where are we at right now in the timeline? A person may ask. To get here. What phase? This is the phase we are in now. That they got 2020 kicked off. They made people think. We went back to normal. On natural news here, fake President Joe Biden decides to mask up again after multiple jab wife tests positive for COVID. So as soon as Labor Day is coming to a close, Jill Biden, who has been supposedly quadruple, maybe 5 times jabbed to fight a disease that doesn't exist. But nonetheless, the story is out that she has positive going into the new week right after Labor Day. And now Biden is running around with his mask on. If that wasn't crazy enough, and there's an article here, you all can read it. At the same time, Whoopi Goldberg pops up. Well, actually, she doesn't pop up. The same week, Tuesday, this week, after Labor Day, The View has their broadcast where Whoopi Goldberg isn't there. Oh, she's tested positive for not only that, but she shows up recently. I don't know if this is Zoom or what. Video. Wearing a mask while sitting alone. So she's at home alone with a mask on.
She sent in a little video for us. Oh, here she is.
Hey, in spite of everything you've...
Why is she at home alone with the mask on? Talking about she got.
Heard, and let me just make sure you actually me. See, it's
Oh, but she took it down. Why would she take it down if she's supposed to wear the mask? Why would she take it down? But if she has and she has the mask on, the mask is supposed to stop the spread and keep you from getting it or giving it. Who would she be giving it to if there's no one there with her? If she already has it, she doesn't have to worry about getting it because she has it. Who would she be giving it to? The people that are video conferencing with her? Or is this, I don't know if this is recorded. I'm confused. Somebody help me out here.
I am not at Burning Man. I am not still in Italy. Can't wait to get back to our favorite place, the View.
She has. Doesn't sound sick. Maybe she is. I don't know. But just weird to me. All right. And I'm going to show you all something else here too. And then at the same time, the CDC comes out with a statement that those that took the shot are more susceptible to get the very thing that they told you would protect you from it. Now they're telling you if you took it, you're going to get the thing that it was supposed to protect you from the most, more than somebody who didn't take it. Somebody please help me make sense out of all this. Then, something else I want to show you all. Let me pull it up here. Because the next thing I'm asking, well, how are they able to determine they have? Like, how are they determining that? Well, I have a video here that says even tap water tests positive for. I think we've seen this before. The African leader was testing everything from goats to papayas, and it was all coming up positive. Let's check this out here.
Vamos a demostrar cómo se puede falsear un test de COVID. Lo primero y necesario, un vaso para agua. Una jeringa que vamos a abrir. Y ahora
There's your water. You're about to put it on a test.
vamos a abrir el test. Secretaria, abra usted el test. Entero, nos le echamos una yara. Una, dos, tres, cuatro y cinco. Y como pueden ustedes ver, tenemos un precioso positivo en antígeno de COVID.
Con 5 gotitas de agua.
Con 5 gotitas de agua.
So I've never taken a test, but according to this video, even water now is testing positive. So it's in the water. We got water now. This is what's happening, family. All right, we've been lied to. None of this is real. It's all theater. Because what is the goal here? The goal is to get you with the software of life in your body. They're burning the world down so they can rebuild it for the smart cities for 2030. And they need your body ready to make the transition and conversion over to be able to be received by the smart city. And of course, ultimately, the mark of the beast. You can't receive that without the software. But this is the lie. This is the theater of what they must do to get us there. And that's why I said don't pay much attention to the presidential election part of them saying they're doing this in time for the election. Not to say that that won't play some part in all of this, but the main thing is they are ready for their round 2 to move the world towards this 2030 vision of sustainable development. While they destroy the world to build it back better, they're looking to destroy our bodies to build them back better also. And we're going to finish out with this video here. Depopulation, climate change, and weather weapons. And we're going to conclude with this video for tonight.
In 1972, The Limits to Growth was published by the Club of Rome. The book suggested that swift human depopulation would save the planet. In 2018, The Limits to Growth co-author Dennis Meadows explained how we need to murder billions of people.
The planet can support something like 1 billion people, maybe 2 billion, depending on how much liberty and how much material consumption you want to have. If you want more liberty and more consumption, you have to have fewer people. And conversely, you can have more people. I mean, we could even have 8 or 9 billion probably if we have a very strong dictatorship, which is smart. It's, unfortunately, you never have smart dictatorships. They're always stupid. So, but if you had a smart dictatorship and a low standard of living, you can have it. But we want to have freedom and we want to have a high sentence, so we're going to have 1 billion people. And we're now at 7, so we have to get back down. I hope that this can be slow, relatively slow, and that it can be done in a way which is relatively equal.
Overpopulation is a lie. With old school sustainable farming and the end of big government, there is enough room on this planet for several billion. And while the Earth's climate does change, most of what we are seeing is contrived. The fires breaking out all across the world are being blamed on climate change, even though hundreds of arsonists have been caught starting them. Most recently, 79 people were arrested for starting fires in Greece. Direct energy, or DEWs, are able to start fires from above and can utilize microwave technology to burn homes from within. In 2013, the mainstream media reported that we were able to make rain and lightning.
I mean, lasers? Really? To change the weather?
By firing trillion-watt lasers, you rip apart the electrons, creating what are called ions, and these ions act like seeds, like dust particles, bringing down rain and even lightning.
This week in Michigan, residents reported a strange strobe-like lightning. The event was captured on weather radar, which showed a very unnatural-looking spiral.
That's some conspiracy theory shit right there.
Making it rain has been possible for decades, and we have come a long way since then. With the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, known as HAARP, we can now create hurricanes, and we can control their direction with next-generation weather radar transmitters, known as NEXRAD. by building up an electromagnetic charge and dispersing it underground as direct current VLF waves, or very low frequency waves, the NEXRAD radar transmitters are able to trigger earthquakes. Earthquakes and explosives can trigger tsunamis. These are the technologies that we know of, and that only leaves volcanoes and tornadoes. Funded by Peter Thiel, AVE Tech Energy Corporation began work in 2012 on a device to produce a 130-foot tall tornado. And a former U.S. intelligence officer recently told State of the Nation that the U.S. has already triggered a volcano. Climate change is not only a hoax, it's a depopulation program, and our entire government is going along with it. Reporting for InfoWars.
So what we have here, when you go to the book of Daniel, Daniel chapter 2, they are laying the infrastructure of this world, of our environment, and of people. When you go to Daniel chapter 2, verse 41, and whereas thou sawest the feet and toes, part of potter's clay and part of iron, the kingdom shall be divided. But there shall be in it the strength of the iron, for as much as thou sawest the iron mixed with miry clay. And as the toes of the feet were part of iron and part of clay, so the kingdom shall be partly strong and partly broken. Okay, cyborg cities, cyborg people. And whereas thou saw iron mixed with miry clay, they shall mingle themselves with the seed of men, but they shall not cleave one to another, even as iron is not mixed with clay. All right, so we have a part iron, part clay, divided kingdom. All right. And so the agenda is clear. Whether it's climate change, any disease, whatever. This is the plan. Iron mixed with miry clay, make the change, mankind, into this new being, our environment, into something totally new, totally different. All right, and that's it. This is their plan. They've laid it all out. They put it in their white papers. We're seeing the world be destroyed before our eyes. Right? Even when you look at the tests, even the tests have been shown. And even the maker of the test or of the PCR test said they were never designed. The tests were never designed to be able to determine positive or negative on something like a disease like. Not only that, but we have never been shown the proof that exists in nature. It's never been isolated in the laboratory or anything. All right, so we must understand that we're wrestling not with flesh and blood here. We're wrestling with unseen forces, all right, that have altered and manipulated our reality, that are at war with us, that we may not necessarily always know or see. And as we read in 2 Corinthians 2:11, lest Satan should get advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices. So we cannot be ignorant of these things, or we fall into the snare and that which he's laying for us. All right. So hopefully with the information that's been brought out this evening, dots are connecting for people. Those that have maybe fallen victims to some of the lies, the psychological warfare, the propaganda in the past. Hopefully, we're learning, as they tell us stuff's going on, to question it, stuff needs to be proven. Even the scriptures tell us, prove all things. All right. Don't get emotional behind events that happen and run with it. Be patient, study it, and wait, because you will get the revelation on what's going on. All right. And with that, that is the end of our broadcast. I hate that it broke up with the power outages, the couple power outages, which is something in itself that happened this evening with sound like the most rain we've had in months here where I'm at least. All right. But nonetheless, hope you all are continuing to focus on staying armored up in these times, staying vigilant, staying sober-minded, staying focused. As you can see, there's a lot of deception out here, and we have to continue to keep seeking the truth so we can find it through all the lies. All right. I pray you brothers and sisters continue to seek the kingdom of heaven first. Seek the kingdom of God first. All right. And not get sidetracked by the lust of this world. And we probably will be back toward the end of the month with Tabernacles coming up. So may not see us on here for a little while. But if it be the Most High's will, we will be back as soon as we can to do another broadcast. Until then, I pray you brothers and sisters stay safe, stay blessed, stay encouraged, stay enduring, and that you enjoy, hopefully enjoy atonement. I know afflicting your soul isn't necessarily the most enjoyable thing, but the joy that comes from afterwards of that affliction and whatever it is that you're looking to get out of that fast. Make sure that you're resolving any unsettled offenses or issues you have with people before going into that atonement as much as you can. Get those things settled. Don't go into the atonement with all types of issues and offenses towards people. Come out of that feeling fresh, feeling renewed, positive energy. And as negative times we're going into, have to remain positive. Look at the good things that are here in life, and not get so caught up in all the negative, because it's very easy to get consumed with all the craziness happening in our reality. All right. And enjoy your tabernacles. Take that time out. Soon we will be probably, doing it every day when, for those that want to reject the smart grid and aren't going to comply with being on the grid, we will be on the outside of things looking to survive. So get used to dwelling in booths and take this time to actually get acclimated to it. Enjoy these times while they last, while there's still some level of sanity and peace here. All right. So bless you, brothers and sisters. We'll continue to keep y'all in prayer. Keep us in prayer. And until next time, we will see you, if it be the Most High's will, on Friday Night Sabbath coming out of Babylon. Shabbat Shalom.